to HE.
He's meaning 80,000 marbles here. Welcome to the live stream here on Wintergatan's YouTube channel, where we're gearing up towards the 80,000 marble test, everyone. Yesterday, Martin attached these brilliant drum triggers to the Marble Machine X. Today, I guess, let's see what the schedule says. We are gearing towards the kick gate build today. So more work on the kick drum towards the 80,000 marble test.
Definitely. Okay, that was an epic fail. We always start the streams with an epic fail. From here, it can only go up, 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 up. Welcome, everyone. I'm gonna do some serious work today. Yesterday, we applied triggers to the drums of the Marble Machine. We had a cat. Right now, we have a kick drum and a snare drum. These are not the sound we're gonna use later. It's just for demonstration purposes. Welcome, everyone, to another day in the workshop. Let's get some things done.
Yes.
And welcome to my friend Hannes 2000, who have received an epic upgrade.
I mean, look at that, right? I even moved forward a bit here. I have gathered all the strength I had during the night just to move like 1 meter further towards you, my friend.
That's make me very happy. Now we have Hannes, we have the machine, and myself. So let's get going. I want to show you what I'm going to do today after that failed intro.
It was an epic intro.
Hopefully we can do this better than the intro. Let's check right here. These are the parts for clock escapement gate, and I knew from the beginning I should build all 15 of them at the same time. Now I'm kind of building one at a time as I'm adding new channels to the machine, and that's a little bit less efficient, but I really want to see the kick drum play together with the bass. So let's just build this one today and try to get as far as possible in our schedule. So we can take a look at the schedule right here. So yesterday we had one of the most efficient streams ever. We made 5 points yesterday. So for today, we are actually going to kick gate build. So that's where we are in the schedule, in the road to 80,000. How are you feeling today, Hannes 2000?
I am so hyped for today. Have a good night's sleep. I mean, I had a good night's recharging, and let's get going. And like you said, yesterday was perfect almost. Wow, that was a lot of process. We had some sick drum beats with everyone's favorite sounds, the cats and the dogs, and a sick bass solo from you. I mean, it was crazy. Hopefully we can get a taste of it later this stream. I'm giving a little tease here.
Yep. We're gonna play some later. I'm still trying to learn my own bass line that I programmed. So the bass is still sounding like a newbie, but it is a newbie as well. So let's get going with the build. I'm going to prepare for the beautiful axles here. So I'm gonna drill it open, and I think I have the wrong drill. So this is 5 millimeters. I need 4 millimeters. So Hannes, hold the fort and I'll go down and get the correct drill.
That's how you start a stream. Always be prepared. So yes, like we said, we're gearing up towards our 80,000 marble test, where we will drop 80,000 marbles on the Marble Machine X. Hopefully none on the floor. The other day we did 60,000 marbles. We had a lot of marbles on the floor. Most of those issues have been solved. A lot of them got taken care of yesterday. So it's looking, we did 10,000 marbles or so yesterday only had 2 marbles escaping, and that has also been taken care of, I think. So we are all on the road towards the 80,000 marble tests, and we're already halfway if we look at the list here. So yes, today will be the kick gate build, where Martin will assemble that beautiful clock escapement gate you all love so much. I know I do, at least. So yes, this episode will be, or this stream rather, will be focused on the kick gate. Hopefully we can get it assembled today. And I hear someone in the stairs, and there he is.
Yeah.
Our favorite maker.
Thank you, my favorite bot. So this hull was already designed to be 4 millimeters, and I'm just kind of deburring a little bit here. And before I'm going to apply these shafts, yeah, that sounds great, looks great. I'm going to see if I need to deburr this part somewhere else. So yeah, here we have, this is what I want to fix now. We have some, I'm going to weld this later, so I don't want this burr to be in there. So let's start removing that. Hope everyone is having a nice day, morning, wherever you are. The machine is like Frankenstein's monster, lifting a little finger and kind of showing signs of life. Finally. So
and Karsten Hazeldal. Hey, Martin and Hannes. I just wanted to say thank you for being a huge inspiration for me. It is amazing the work you have got done lately. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Thank you, Karsten.
Thank you.
And likewise, have a wonderful day.
Yes, have a great day. I've really put everything else out of my mind completely and only thinking about building on the machine and somehow reporting out to the outside world about what is happening. And together with Hannes 2000, we have actually found a quite sweet spot where we are actually able to report out to the world while not spending half of the weeks editing videos. So this is has been such a fun experiment for us and very successful from the machine's point of view.
And Robert Millar is asking the important question, is the cat okay?
I didn't hear from him from a long time, so I hope so. We're gonna find out later in the stream.
Oh, nice. Cliffhanger, people.
So don't want to forget any parts. Just a simple deburring. I'm going to try something. I'm gonna use a wire brush to just take the edges off. And it even says on the wire brush, wear eye protection, because these small metal threads actually come flying off these things. So I do have my goggles here, and I'm also going to put my drink away so I don't have metal wires in my drink. Pro tip. Let's see if we can kind of just brush this part a little bit. Am I in frame? Yeah, kind of. Find this to be quite efficient way of catching small little burrs and stuff. And also making it a little bit more shiny at the same time. Especially here on the edges, it gives like a mini round over. I like it.
And Dane Rombout is saying, "Hi Martin, I joined one of the tours you gave in Museum Spielklock in Utrecht. There is no channel I enjoy more than your quest to make something amazing. Hope to see you on the world tour in Utrecht."
Wow, so you were at the Utrecht tour. That's really cool. Did I hear that correctly, Hannes? Because I was...
Yes.
That was so fun. It was when we had the original machine at the Utrecht Museum, and we gave a guided tour where we kind of looked at the collection of the museum from my kind of point of view. So we had the professional guides, and I was like a sidekick to the professional guides. And we were, at the end of the tour, going to the marble machine, and it's played do 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 on the vibraphone because it couldn't play, and I was freaking out every tour that it would just fail. People were expecting to hear the marble machine song, and they got a scale on the vibraphone only. The technicians
Well, they got to meet the old lady in person, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this is done. Let's now head over to the vise. See if I should reframe this. Yeah, let's do it like this.
And imperturbable dreamer. Imperturbable. I can't pronounce this.
I don't know what that means.
He
We have
says
to look it up.
imperturbable dreamer. It's amazing how fast MMX is coming along recently. It feels like one instrument after the other now that the gates are finalized. That is the comments that we really enjoy to get. That you also get the feeling that we get more done this way.
I'm really happy to hear that people are perceiving it that way, because I'm so in the middle of it. So I can't really give a good. I don't have a good perspective. I always use SD2 Bolero for this operation. It's really nice to hear that it's perceived that the progress has been speeding up. It was a long period of designing and procuring, and I was hoping for a catch-up effect. And the CYBERGATEs took a long time because they were really a lot of work. 8 channels, like a kick drum is only 2 channels. So the CYBERGATEs were a massive project, but hopefully now we can push on with the kick drum and the cymbal. And then I'm going on at least 8-week building break. And I kind of have to, so I'm leaving 10th of July, and I'm kind of have to resign to the fact that I won't be able to get to the vibraphone. So my goal before the break will be kick drum and cymbal, having a whole like beat plus a bass line being played live on stream by the Marble Machine X. I'm going to be very pleased if I can reach that before my building break, and then come back fresh, take the vibraphone bull by the horn. That's the plan. So for these axles, we have this beautiful jig. So this is Ace Crystal's beautiful work with all these axles. So shout out to Ace Crystal. Ace also made this jig. This will give us the exact length that this should go in. So if I just put that jig like this, and I use my mallet, I make sure the axle has bottomed out, and now we can measure this. So this should now be exactly in the middle. So let's take a quick measurement. 2618, 2560, not perfectly in the middle, maybe it has slid. 2652, 25, okay, it's sliding. With the jig in, we're on 25.5. I think that's where we're aiming. 20. Yeah, it's 26.1. It's a little hard to measure. I'm going to get it stuck once and then manipulate it. So The idea behind this jig is that this jig will also hold the axle perpendicular to this surface. So now I'm taking a puncher. Are we seeing this? Yeah, we are seeing this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can give you a real little juicy. Oh, can we try to go to the
We can do the clean, you know.
Ooh,
There we go.
Sweetness.
I just want to read a comment here from KVW, chiming in here as well. Martin's work and enthusiasm also motivated me to finally start building my homebrew pinball machine. Thanks, Martin and Hannes.
That is super cool. I'm curious if you're using the pinball marble gate in the pinball machine. If you, that would be super fun to hear. I love pinball machines. That sounds like a fantastic project. So I'm just punched one time with the puncher, and I think the axle is already stuck. Yeah, after one little punch. So now I want to control measure this. Maybe it's easier to measure like this. I got very different readings. 29. Okay, so in the middle, 29.36. 29.57. Gonna give it a little tap.
I think I've made the biggest mistake I've ever done in my entire life.
What did you do?
I poured some coffee in my mug and left it out in the kitchen.
No.
I need to get it. I'll be right back.
I'm so sorry to hear this.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
So, trying to... Like, I'm getting very different measurements depending on how I'm angling the caliper. 29 blank, 29 blank. No, 29.2, 28, 29. So our jig isn't totally providing. We're going to push one more. So I'm using washers and stuff anyway, so this is not like, I just want to be within what's okay. Okay, here I think I found a pretty accurate method of measuring. 28.8, 28.9. 28.9, 28.8, okay. 28.9, 28.8. We're fine. This one is fine. So now I'm gonna zoom in again. Now you can see this little mark I just made. Now I'm just gonna make some more. This will lock the axle perpendicularly to the steel profile. So no welding and no gluing, just a mechanical press fit, which is very, very nice. And this is a method that I heard from Ace Crystal, and it is a clock making method. So I guess inside a clock you have a lot of axles for gears and stuff, and if you want to lock them in place in a very small environment, I believe this is a really good method. Just looking that we are perpendicular 90 degrees and we're fine.
Crisis averted.
You have your coffee?
Yes.
So happy to hear.
Microwave warmed coffee now. Nothing beats it.
So I think I'm already done with the back axle. It's secured from both ends. Let's just look at this measurement again. Yeah, 28.9, 29, 28.95, 28.85. Perfect. We're done with the first one. Let's head over to the front one. Let's push on. You know, I think...
And for those people who just joined here, I just want to give you a look at this list here and tell you what we're doing. In these streams, we're gearing up towards the 80,000 marble test. And today we're at step 6 already, which is the kick gate build. So that is what Martin is doing right here. He's starting the assembly of the kick drum gate, one of those awesome clock escapement gates. So right now Martin is preparing all that assembly, and hopefully we can get it done by today. What do I know about how long this takes? Hopefully.
This is pretty interesting. I made 2 divots, but I put it on the wrong. I put it on quite a wrong spot. Now I'm trying to push it in, and I almost can't move this axle. That's how well this method is working. It's really clamping down super hard. So see if I could move it at all. Oh yeah, here we go. 29.
Yes, for people wondering, some of you think that the kick drum gate was already done. No, it was the snare drum that you guys heard in the previous tests. Yesterday, Martin had to manually drop some marbles onto the kick drum to make it play. So this is to be able to add yet another instrument to those tests. We can get a nice punchy kick drum into it as well.
Hopefully that will tie everything together. Like a snare drum and a hi-hat alone feels kind of lonely. Okay, I'm getting 28.8, 28.29. So we are a little bit too much on this side. I'm gonna go back a little bit. And that should be it. I think once I'm ready for the first weld, I think it's time to check in on the cat.
Yes. See how it's doing today. Because it's still as crisp as it was yesterday.
I realize people are wondering. So just checking.
They're not wondering, they're longing for that sound again.
Yeah, so regarding like the time of progress on this project, I have made a big mind shift lately. I've been very, very, very frustrated since the first machine on how slow everything goes. And it's just recently that I realized this is so difficult, what we're trying to do here. So there was so much things that I needed to learn. And there were so many experiences that I didn't have that I needed to get. So I'm not beating myself up every day for being slow anymore. I realized like, okay, I've gone to engineering school, and I've taken a lot of hits and I made a lot of mistakes. But it's kind of knowledge that you have to beat into yourself over time. So it's the kind of thing that you, strangely enough, you have to do your 10,000 hours to become expert at something. Not saying I'm expert, but I'm saying compared to the guy who built with a bandsaw by hand improvised the first marble in plywood. I have educated myself these years. That's what have been happening here, and having so much fun meanwhile. So I'm getting less and less like disappointed about the time that has taken.
Martin?
Yeah?
Did we lose you, Martin?
I don't think so. I think the stream hears me. You don't hear me, Hannes? I think you lost me, Hannes, but not the stream. Let me check. Sorry, everyone. We are just... Hello. I think this is on Hannes' side. This has been rephrased also. So, I think we lost Hannes, actually. Let's take the schedule away. He will come back soon, I hope. So, this is actually done. So now I can get my welding jig. Let me show you that. Here's the welding jig. So that's the next step for today. And here's a view of my work desk for today. I love these parts. They are really, really beautiful. So the welding jig has survived so far. You can see there's some fires going on. This is the idea with the welding jig. This part snaps in and it will give us an accurate placement of this and this part. So before I push this on, I need to do the same thing. I need to deburr these parts to make sure they indicate correctly. I think this one might indicate automatically. Sometimes I get a nice snap. Yeah, this is perfect. Let me just show you that because it's nice when things are nice. I'll try to hold it still for you. So this is a puzzle fit. I love to design things like this. Just checking in if Han is coming back. So we have 2 puzzle spikes here, 2 holes here, and they snap in place like this. But as you can see, it's kind of wiggly. And for that, we're using the welding jig to hold it perpendicular. So I put them together. I snap that into the jig. Love the sound of that. And now we have kind of good 90-degree angle between this part and this part, and we're ready to do the weld right here. Yeah, we lost Hannes 2000. Let's see if Hannes will be back. Maybe he has some issues on his side. So this part is ready for the welding. I think this part is not. Let me try to wire brush this and see if that's enough. I'm also going to quickly check my phone to see if I have a message from Hannes 2000. Not yet. He will be back. Trying to clamp this part without like deforming it. That's kind of sharp. There we go. You can see all the brown burr from the laser cutting. Let's see if we can remove that. think this was more of a cosmetical fix than an... See some burr here. This goes in, no problem. This goes in, no problem. Yeah, I think this part is ready. So let's return to the welding jig. I'm gonna mount them at the same time. Let's do this part on the correct side. It's going on like this. We have Hannes 2000 with us in the stream, but he is having some kind of technical issues. I've lost him. I think he might be restarting his computer or something. Reboot of Hannes 2000. So everything is indexing to each other, and now I should be able to gently tap this. We have a press fit in this jig, and that's exactly what I want. It is moving, so eventually it will get there. Ah, that's super nice. The jig is pushing everything close. Oh. Oh, I see something on Hannes 2000. Do you hear me, Hannes 2000? Oh, Hannes is asking to be admitted into the meeting. Just going to fix this.
And I'm back.
Nice, 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 nice. I'm gonna give you my screen again.
Oh, thank you.
So now you need to mute your Discord mic, Hannes 2000. And I'm so relieved to see Hannes is being back. That's awesome.
So fun that I have no... the Mian computers don't co-work that well.
They feel threatened by you.
The irony.
They're trying to shut you down.
Yeah, but they can't.
No.
Well, I'm back. Thank you.
So there's a measurement here in the jig that I always check in CAD. And I don't know why I haven't written it down on the jig itself, because if we go to this camera, this angle of this piece is very, very important, and I always forget to check. I need to add a shim here, or anyway measure. So I do have to open the CAD file to double check this distance, and then I'm going to write this distance on the jig itself, because I open the file every time to check, and if I write it down I won't have to check again. So let's do that once and for all, and we have that measurement always. Welcome back, Hannes. 415K1UB says welcome back. Inuyasha says, since you only can change the pins if the wheel has stopped, I suggest it's ROM, not ROM. And that's a computer joke that went totally over my head, but it deserves...
Mine.
It deserves a badadish anyway.
Okay, we have a lot of new people joining in. Today, Martin is working on the kick drum gate on the marble machine X. This is one of the steps towards the 80,000 marble test. So that's what this jig is for. It's all part of the assembly of the kick drum marble gate, right?
Yes. So, and the measurement I need to check is actually not this jig, These are the next parts, so I have to go over to design workspace. I just need to take one measurement, so don't worry, we're not going to do CADing today. This is the jig I'm working with today. And where is the outro profile? Here we go. Here's the measurement. So I want to know what is the distance from that little tip of metal right there down to this plywood surface right there. That went wrong. I took the sketch line. Sorry for that. There. 10.32. So there we go. Let's head back to the real world and let's take a marker. You don't have any markers anymore, Hannes. I have them all.
Oh.
10.
No use for me.
0.322. So that's the distance. And what I'm going to do, so I think this part is 10.5. If I don't remember, look at this, 10.50. So I'm going to sand this down to 10.3, and then we have forever we have a spacer that I can use to get this part straight. So question is, can I do that by hand here? I think so. 0.2 millimeters. 10.4, 10.3 at the end.
The repairman, is that the line for the start of the curve or the lowest point?
It's close enough. It was the line for the start of the curve, but we're like so zoomed in into CAD, so we're, regardless of which point I'm choosing, I'm well under the precision I can achieve anyway. So it might be slightly off the measurement. So here is 1030. I'm gonna make a little mark here. And now when I put this mark under my thing, sometimes I don't have the words. There we go. Now you can see we get the,
Oof.
That's the distance. And now I can use my mallet to put that down, and things look super straight and we're ready for some welding.
Dimension Plan says, hello, Marble Wizard Man. Hello to you too, Dimension Plan.
Hello. And as promised, we have to check in if the cat is still alive. We're not going to spend the whole stream on this today, even if I would love to. So let's just ask Schrödinger's cat, are you still there? Okay, good.
Yes! Yes! That's what I needed to get my day started here.
There we go. There we go, everyone.
Thank you.
It was glorious yesterday. I don't think I've ever had so much fun like on a stream like we had when we got all that set up yesterday. Ridiculous and like refreshing. So okay, I'm rigging my welder.
Yes, and Chipgo says, hello to you both. I've followed this channel for years, since the original machine, but never said hello. So hello, you too. Thanks for entertaining us and inspiring us. Thank you very much, Chipgo.
Thank you
That's
so much.
awesome to hear.
That's really, really nice to hear. And thanks for following along. It's never ending.
Well, what a journey it is.
We are learning together. I hope we're learning. You can learn from my mistakes. Something that I love with Matthias Wandel's YouTube channel, he always focuses, if there is a mistake or an issue, he puts a lot of time into that in the videos. Also, a musician once told me, like, when a band plays perfect, it's not so interesting. But like when the drummer drops a drumstick and see how he repairs that situation, that's where things get interesting. And I kind of think that's true for this also. Like there's enough polished, perfect content out there.
And as Gafael Galigodo says, it is the gift that keeps on giving and we all love it.
That's great. That is great. I have my argon gas pushed, as you can hear. And the tip looks pretty healthy. So I think I dare to weld with it. Let's create some space here so I can get a good welding angle.
And Katjana Loda is asking, what are we doing right now? And Martin is starting to weld together the kick drum marble gate. This needs to be assembled and be put onto the machine before we can have some awesome kick drum being played by the Marble Machine X, so that we can have some sweet kick drum, snare drum, hi-hat, and cyber bass playing at the same time in the 80,000 marble test. That's what we're doing right now. This is what these streams are all about. The road to the next great marble test.
Yes. So this is the weld. If I film it from here, you're only going to see the back of my arm. Let me try to actually swivel around from here and get another point of view.
Chris Treen. It is great to see someone who develops the skills they need to complete their projects rather than give up because they don't have the skills. Thanks, Martin.
Ah, that's super nice. I think, yeah, that's super nice. It's easy to give up when you feel that you don't know how to do something, and most often people who do things well have spent 10,000 hours failing at doing that.
Yeah.
So it looks magic when people are already like super accomplished, but it's mainly just taking one small step at a time, and then you've taken 1,000 steps, kind of.
To roll one, wet towel urgently required.
Ah, well pointed out. Super good feedback. I'm also going to weld quite a lot today, so I am going to get a shirt to cover my arms up. We have already twisted. This is a good angle actually. We have twisted the silicone TIG bracing wire, not using filler rod. I'm using silicone TIG bronze bracing. I'm gonna get a wet towel and a shirt. So hold the fort.
Yeah, and I have the privilege of welcoming some new YouTube members and Patreons who joined late in the stream yesterday or overnight. And we have the Lone Wolf, Elessar. Is that from Lord of the Rings? Elessar. I think so, right? And we have Rumon.Lagendik, Thomas Delian, James Woods, Kenny Rasmussen, James Cordery, James Bobo, Horoscope, Archie RM, Janne Pelto, Martin Sepulveda, Clayton Baber, the Welsh Ones videos, Death Pixel, and Christian Holmbo. Thank you so much for the support and joining either as a YouTube member or Patreon. We love you all very, very much. The support means the world to us and means that you also believe in this amazing journey. So thank you very, very much. Let's take a little look here at the schedule. And I don't have it here. We have it right over here. So, like I was said earlier, this is the road to the 80,000 marble test, where 80,000 marbles will be played by the marble machine X. And in order to get to 80,000 marbles, we have yesterday attached drum triggers. We tested the snare. We fixed some issues that occurred during the 60,000 marble test. And right now we're at the kick drum marble gate assembly. So this is a crucial part into get the kick drum working so that we can have some more cool instruments on the marble machine X. And here he is. He's back. Did he find a towel? Let's see.
I have a dirty rag, wet dirty rag. I have to reframe this camera. Always support for my arm. There we go. And here is the beautiful wet towel. You can see how clean it is. So thanks to whoever reminded me of that. I forgot it completely, so that was brilliant. Let's see, is this a good framing on this?
Yeah, that will do. That will do.
We are investigating how to get much more cameras into the streams. And we need to get some equipment for that, because right now the least efficient thing with these streams is that I'm also being camera operator. And that takes a little bit of time. I'm trying to not spend too much time on moving cameras around, but a little bit I need to do. So with more cameras, I could be building even more efficiently, and you could get even better angles. So that's the long-term plan for the future.
And Robert Millar says Eleazar was Aragorn's name after he was crowned. And that's right, Robert Millar. Thank you so much. I knew it was from Lord of the Rings at least.
I always cry when everyone knees for the hobbits.
Oh,
it's so cool. They're like looking like, whoa, that was the webcam. Sorry, talking about cameras, I killed one of our cameras. Let me try to get it online again.
Nice.
They're like looking at each other like, what did we do? And they just kind of saved the world, you know? Without the hobbits, I don't think Gandalf would have been able to resist the ring. What do you think, Hannes?
And I have a nice comment there from William Fisay. Been supporting on Patreon for a year. Love the work, and every video always motivate me to at least try. Now that's beautiful to hear. Thank you so much, William. That's awesome.
That's super awesome, and thanks for being a patron without getting any exclusive content. I am not going the paywall route in the way that I'm creating things and putting them behind paywalls. I am using the support from patrons. I'm just checking. Oh yeah, the camera is online. I'm using the support from patrons to make content for everyone, and it's like the Wintergatan patrons have accepted that, or maybe even appreciated that. So thanks for being a patron, despite the fact that there is no like special exclusive content at all, actually. So that's very, very special. I think most big crowdfunding projects have a lot of exclusive content as a incentive, and I just want to share everything I do with everyone. That's just how these projects goes. Okay.
Are you ready to cry a little bit, Martin? William Fisay just added here as well. The beautiful comment by Aragorn. You bow to no one.
Oh.
There we go.
I had to put the lights in the studio off for my welding helmet to accept the situation. And I am getting ready finally. Let's see, let's start hot. Coming in hot at 80 amps.
Yeah.
Do we have this in the machine cam?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay. So This is the simplest weld, probably with no filler. Here we go. Clean. Clean. This is easy, Hannes.
Yeah,
No biggie.
like a pro.
This burnt plywood makes me kind of feel super bad, so I'm gonna use the towel right away. This smoke from the burnt plywood feels like there's glue in the plywood or something. I'm getting like immediate like allergic reaction to it. So, by the way, there's iron in our tap water. So this water, believe it or not, came immediately from my tap today.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is how the water looks sometimes during like tourist season down here, because people are taking, it's too much pressure on the water system, so they don't have time to clean the water before they send it out. So some days you just have brown water coming out of all taps.
I need to read this. This was brilliant. Svelix, you were asking for puns yesterday. How about this? Is Martin doing some Aragon welding right now?
One of the better one in the history of the live streaming, actually. Yesterday I threw the gauntlet out by saying that the Swedish native speaking puns have been like heads and shoulders over the English ones. I feel Team English puns have started the day super strong today. I'm very happy.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Aragon gas, that's of course going to be forever. That's going to live forever. What was the name of the pun maker?
Swelix.
Swelix, your Aragon gas is now immortal. Okay, so the first weld was easy and no stress. We have this one in the close-up.
Of course we do. Ask and you shall receive.
So here you can see that the first one is done, and now this one is more nervous because I have this thin stick that I don't want to obliterate. So I'm just gonna take it slow and steady and think about what I'm doing. Let's try here first. Okay. Sometimes the two parts doesn't melt together. I needed some filler after all. There we go. It's funny, I'm a better welder in the morning. Does that make sense?
Love the smell of burnt plywood in the morning.
Yes.
That's why.
Come on, bite. Yes, here we go. How is this angle now? Spot on. Spot on, spot on. I would like to weld on the other side, but I don't want the angle to change. So let's try to take this out of the jig. Like if I can get this gate like functional in a few hours here, that would be fantastic.
And I have a question from Andre Shah. I know you explained that in another video, but why is the extra material twisted?
Extra material.
The welding rod.
Yeah. It's because I'm actually using the wrong.
The wire.
The wire melts too fast when it's thin, but I haven't learned to really, bracing is much less hot. And my settings for the silicone bronze is too hot. And that's just a technique I've learned, and I'm gonna relearn it one day. But so far I'm using my old, little bit too hot technique, which makes when I stick the wire into the weld, it melts and becomes a ball of molten material before it reaches the metal. So by just doubling the thickness, the melting point increases a little bit and it melts when I want it to melt. But according to David Lewis, the welding expert from the engineering team, my machine is super capable of intricate settings, and he showed me some graphs in the manual on what kind of power settings I can use. And if I start to learn to weld like that, or brace like that, which would be real bracing, not a combination that I'm using right now, then the thin wire would be the correct size, he says. So
Right.
in the future, I will stop spiraling the material. But right now, I'm sticking to what I know to not mess these parts up. We just need one little more here, and then I think we're done. Maybe one little more here.
Mm-hmm. And Gunward saying brace for impact.
Then we switch to Hannes 2000 cam. Because we worked a lot this morning to make this look very real. I don't see.
Look, Mom. Look, Mom, I'm playing drums.
Okay. Look at this. It's straight. It's together. We didn't spend a ton of time. Let's push on so we can push on, if that makes sense. So now I'm going to go over and take 2 of these and get them welded on. Oh, I can drill them later if we have an issue. So for that, I have another weld jig. I'm gonna put this smoking gun far away from me. And first, some hydration. Cheers, Hannes.
Cheers. Good reminder.
So let's have a look on how this can go together. Just checking that everything is indicating correctly. There's no burr. Putting the distance off. I love these puzzle designs. It's super fun. You feel like a genius when it works. Because
And Testa the Volt says, I've learned so much about welding in these streams, even though I never planned to weld.
that's so fun. I think sometimes it's easier to learn from a beginner because a pro forgets how much a pro knows, you know? So a beginner is like, oh yeah, I have to turn on the gas as well and stuff like that. And that's kind of the info you need in the very beginning. So sometimes it's easier for a beginner to have the perspective of the audience, I feel. The pros are just using words that no one understands, using brands and terms that no one understands. That's for, of course, for pro learning when you want to become advanced. So I don't know if you can see this, but everything clicks into the jig and gives us, you can see how parallel they become. That's a good sign that we're in the correct place. Now I just need to clamp this down. There we go.
We have a snap fit.
A silent snap fit, let's call it. Still a snap fit. So for the project as a whole, as I said in the beginning of the stream, I should do this at the same time. So I should weld all the 15 gates at the same time. But I really just want to add the kick drum to the machine. So I'm going to start with that. And probably in upcoming streams, I'm going to do the same for the cymbal marble gate. But one good thing that I'm making one at a time is that if I start to realize some kind of mistake or something, I don't like copy that mistake onto all the marble gates. So that is kind of a little bonus. And I'm realizing now that I need to point the weld gun here. So I need to put the clamps on the other direction. I need to turn them upside down to have the access for the weld gun.
Redmond, hello Martin Hannes, greetings from New Zealand. So New Zealand has joined the stream here.
Awesome.
Welcome.
So cool to hear. Aragon was there once, I think.
Oh yes. Stick and stone. If a fit snaps in the woods when no one is around, does it even fit at all, I guess? That old saying. And people are worried now that if you're remembering the heat shrink, Martin.
Oh, good call. Yes, heat shrink is in next steps before we add the back panel. So far there's only one panel in the middle, which allows us to enter tubes and heat shrinks like this. So send me some warning signs before I weld this one on. That's where things are locked in and we can't put them in. I'm looking for a clamp. Hans 2000 is like using all my clamps.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. It's worth it. Here we go. So this is my third gate that I am assembling, and it should be a little bit easier, and that's a classic jinx on the streams when I say something is going to be easy. 8 hours later, I'm done with it, so let's hope this is not a jinx. Now I've given myself 2 spots to weld. Why is there magnets on this file? Here and here. And I'm going to rig this up so I can access that.
And Ed Östling wants to know, Hannes, can we get an idea where on the MMX the kick drum will be located? Someone mentioned it is an instrument we have not yet seen, and its intended placement seems like an interesting topic. I don't know where you got that info from. We have seen the kick drum. It's on the machine right now. It's the... Martin played it earlier today, actually.
We can actually...
I don't know if I can switch. If you can just tap on it.
It's right here. And we can check how it sounds. We can do a little sound check to just check. Yeah.
There we go. Yes. Sounds like a kick drum. The best one I've ever heard, at least.
Kitten drum. No, I didn't. That doesn't qualify. Oh, I'm having issues always with this. How to access the weld angle. Okay. I think this has to be enough. Gonna reframe again. So you can see what I'm doing. I should actually increase the ISO now when I have all the lamps off. So
yeah, do it.
Gonna blast this. What about here?
There we go.
There we go. So the kick drum was one of the first things I built, and it has a contact microphone in it, and the audio straight out from that contact microphone is pretty amazing for being a marble. But yesterday's stream, we actually just used the same contact microphone as a drum trigger. And professional drum triggers are actually the same kind of microphone we agreed on in the stream yesterday. It's called piezo, and it just sends out kind of an electrical impact signal or something like that, you could say. So it was pretty cool that we could use that as a really nice trigger. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
First chance to screw this up for today. How hot am I? 50. Maybe I should go down. 45. That's hotter than usual actually, but that's also quicker, which means less plywood smoke. That's perfect. Should I be responsible and not add more? No, let's be irresponsible and add some more. Almost. There we go. Oof, so much smoke. Now we have a fire.
And fire.
I'm killing the fire with argon because it takes away the oxygen. Look, without, never mind. Nice. With argon gas. Killing the fire with argon gas.
Are you ready to hear one of the best jokes I've heard in a long while?
Should I already get ready on the...
I mean, this is from William Chandra.
Wait, let's go to Hannes 2000 cam then.
Because I think this was really great. William Chandra. I don't know any trending dances, but the plywood jig is pretty hot at the moment. Greetings from Australia.
Oh, pretty hot also. Oh, nailed it.
That was brilliant, no?
Nailed it. Also, I love when the setup is so contrived. Contrived. I don't know any hot dances. Okay, English pun team is having a field day.
Yeah, they're stepping up today.
Yeah.
Bringing the thunder.
From down under.
Whoa! You get one too.
I know that one because of Neil Robertson, the Australian snooker player. They always present him on BBC. Here's the thunder from down under. Neil Robertson is fantastic, but with all respect, Ronnie O'Sullivan is still the center of my snooker heart. My dad got mesmerized by Ronnie Sullivan. We had a phone call there, and he was like, "There is something special to watch him play." And I was like, "Oh, Dad, you got it. You got it. I know what you mean." He is in some kind of flow state that is visible on him. It's very special. Okay, I am invincible with the welding today, Hannes.
What do you say?
I'm invincible with the welding today.
Yes, and Visual just wrote, this is a common joke we say usually, but I want to give a shout out for it as well. Visual says, I saw Weld done a couple of minutes ago in chat. I thought that one was pretty gold.
So I'm so happy that we spent time this morning to move the pun machine closer to me. I feel my working environment is much more, I have much more purpose now.
Yeah.
Look at this glistening in the sunlight. We're done with the left side and I'm stoked. This is going well with no mistakes so far. I can show you all the welds in close up once we're done. I can just tell you that the metal did what I wanted to do, so that is a big success.
Let's have a little closer look here.
Oh, sweet.
Show us.
So these were the two ones. This one, ow. It's always nice when you see smoke coming off your own skin being burnt. And then when you pull it, it always sounds like a weapon or something that you unleash onto the music war. So,
yes.
Let's get crushing on the other side.
And Henrik Am says, you should name the divide by 4 after Ronnie the Rocket because it's so fast.
Oh yeah, I did it the wrong way. Sorry. That's brilliant. Yeah, so that's actually touching on something that we achieved yesterday. We changed out the divide by 4 to the old version. And now the divide by 4 is finally working perfect for what it should do. It's not dividing the marbles perfect, but it doesn't have to, I've realized. So something that I went on and on about in yesterday's stream until people got tired of me is how much I've been struggling in this project by learning how to prioritize design constraints or engineering constraints. So I prioritized a lot a divide by 4 that could divide marbles perfectly, but that design happened to be too slow. And then I realized we don't have to have it perfectly. It's more important that it's fast. So kind of making decisions correctly in what we are prioritizing over anything else is such a massive, like, that comes with experience. I'm like high on the fact that I've realized this now because I think I'm going to become a better designer. Also letting
Even
go.
better, huh?
Sorry?
Even better, huh?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't sound possible, does it?
No.
I mean, humility, it's not our strongest side. Everything else we have pretty much on lock.
Oldie but goldie.
Yeah, I'm never going to stop with that one. Another one of my things that I repeat too often is that I always said my niche is to be broad. Oldie but goldie.
And Mikael Laukanen was wondering, your work is so inspiring. Do you have an engineering education prior to this, or is it all learning by doing? Very impressive work and thankful to be able to follow this journey.
Thank you.
I know we talked about this before, but this is interesting.
Thank you so much. No, I'm self-taught in building stuff, but I do have music education with writing commercial pop songs. It's my own. That's my only music education almost. No, so. I feel that my education, my teachers has been Jimmy DiResta and Matthias Wandel and Frank Howarth and Laura Kampf. Making, I like to make stuff. All those channels on YouTube, started watching them, and they were like sharing. Their videos was so much sharing about tricks and tips. So I'm taught by YouTube. By the way, I want to make a little bit of a rant again. Here we go. I just have to find this. A YouTube rant is going to come. Bless you.
Thank you.
Hydration before the YouTube rant.
Yes.
Before I start a YouTube rant, let's just check that everything looks straight. You can see the parallel is coming. It looks really good. I think I can weld this now without screwing anything major up. So believe it or not, this is a positive YouTube rant coming in here. I've always thought like I always thought like YouTube should be free. So for years and years and years, I received like, do you want to try YouTube Premium? And I was like, why would I try YouTube Premium? YouTube should be free. It's always been free. Why would I pay for YouTube? And a year ago or something, so I just always ignored it when they tried to get me to pay for YouTube Premium. And a year ago or so, they went super aggressive with mid-rolls. And all the creators basically have to follow suit, because if you're not enabling mid-rolls, your video will not be recommended. So like overnight, YouTube was just littered with mid-roll ads. Can I see the close cam if we can go in? Oh, yes. Let's be here. And I'm on Mac. There's probably ad blockers for Mac, and I know they're not illegal and stuff, but I just never learned how to use an ad blocker. I never had one installed, and I never learned it, and I made a living also from YouTube ads. I felt like maybe it was a little hypocritical maybe to use one. For me, I don't know. I just never used it. I'm not against people using it if it's legal. So just one day I was like, okay, how much is YouTube Premium? And I realized it was just a little bit more expensive than Netflix. And I started YouTube Premium, and it's the best subscription service I pay for. It sounds ridiculous, but I'm such a fan. And you can play a feature of YouTube Premium, and this is not sponsored. This is just me ranting privately. YouTube isn't giving me anything for saying this. On your phone, on the YouTube app, you can close the screen and still listen to a podcast when you're on YouTube Premium. That's
the big one.
I didn't know that. And there's no ads ever. You never see a single ad. And it's like, it is more expensive than Netflix, but not a lot more.
It depends on your subscription. I mean, my Netflix, if you want 4K, it's more expensive. So then YouTube Premium is cheaper, actually.
You have the max. Okay. So the reason I started this rant is that anything you want to learn, you can learn from YouTube. So I feel I pay $12 per month for a constant teacher that can teach me anything in the human knowledge. And I can also get entertainment. And I just feel the value, what is it called? The
bang for the buck.
The bang for the buck of YouTube Premium is just crazy. So if you're tired of seeing YouTube ads, which I believe we all are, I think YouTube wants people to go over to Premium, and I really think it's a if you have the money, I mean, so this is. I'm just over the moon happy that I did it, and I stopped Netflix. I don't have Netflix, and I choose YouTube Premium instead. And I mean, the quality, the production quality on YouTube is much better than Netflix in some instances. No, I'm joking a little bit. Anyway, end of rant. YouTube Premium is not a bad idea if it fits your budget, and if you also can choose like to boycott like something else and take YouTube Premium instead. I love it. I absolutely love it. End of rant. What do you think, Hannes? Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. You told me about it like half a year ago or something. And I was so angry with YouTube because I use it a lot on my phone, and I like listen to podcasts or live streams or something like that. And I always had to keep my screen on. I was like, when are they gonna add that feature?
Yeah.
And then I saw it. YouTube Premium. Close your screen. Keep it in the background.
Yeah.
And that was all I needed. Now I use it every day. So yeah, no, this is not a sponsored deal or something like that.
The big thing is that we're used to it being free, so it feels wrong.
Yeah.
And if we're used to paying for Netflix, so you kind of leave the subscription even though you saw everything you wanted to see on there. And it was just like a cultural mind shift for me. And yeah, I think the educational aspect of the access, the democratization of information and knowledge, even though YouTube have censorship issues and they're being too big for, like, we can all agree that it doesn't feel really right that like the whole world is run by like five people. That feels like wrong. So with all that aside, YouTube Premium has been awesome for me. End of rant. This is welded together and it looks perfect, no mistakes. Look at that.
Nice.
So let's.
Do you remember what the next step is? The chat is reminding me here.
Oh, for the schedule?
No, I mean for the part here now.
Oh, for the part.
I see exclamation points here.
Ooh, it's time for some plastic, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
You remembered when I reminded you.
So thank you, chat, for pointing that out. We're going to push on the 5 silicone rods here and some heat shrink here. Let me go get the silicone rods and some. So let me know what people thought about the YouTube Premium. I don't know if it's like a hated function overall or if it's like what people feel about it.
It's a lot of people are actually using it, and like Lars Ohlman can't live without Premium. And then there's some people who wants to use ad blocker and stuff like that, but I don't see a lot of hate here.
Okay, cool. I remembered I was like super annoyed when they pushed like the Wanna Go Premium. That was annoying to me before I kind of made a mind shift. So I'm trying to find some silicone tube in my silicone tube box. I think I have the wrong box. Hopefully I have the wrong box, otherwise I'm out of tube, but no, here it is. There we go. So another, okay, apparently rant is not over. Rant part 2. Another like annoying thing I have is Facebook. I think Facebook is annoying. It's very hard to, like, when you have a Facebook page, I don't do a lot on Wintergatan's Facebook page. When you have a Facebook page with quite a lot of visitors, it's very hard to get Facebook to share ad revenue with the creators. You can kind of, it's a walled garden, the monetization of views and stuff like that. So YouTube did it right, that they're actually sharing the advertising with the creators. Whereas Facebook shares it with some creators when you're really, really big. And on our Facebook page, we actually received, when we've been posting some videos, we met the criteria for Facebook, and we met it for like a year or half a year. And everywhere inside Facebook, they said, oh, now you can join the like ad revenue sharing. So when we advertise on your page, you can get a share. And we met all the criterias, but you could just never click the button. It never became like available. Maybe they didn't onboard new people. I don't know. And there is absolutely no one to call or ask. So been messaging Facebook like customer like 10 times over 2 years, haven't received a single reply. And they are just not interested in sharing revenue with the creators that makes people come to the page. And now, since I've been hooked on Cal Newport, who is super anti-social media, I'm just thinking about maybe just deleting Wintergatan's Facebook page and just move on. We can move on without Facebook, perhaps. I don't know. What do you think, Hannes? Should we delete the page?
We don't use it that much. But I mean, some people enjoy their stays there, so why eliminate? I don't think we should pour energy into it. Just post some stuff now and then for those people who enjoy to get their news and updates there.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel I would like to protest. I feel I don't know. I have this feeling of not want to be part of that world at all. But and then you still have the fear of missing out, like. So I don't know. But the reason I put this in is that from my experience with Facebook, from the perspective of a creator, you get kind of in love with YouTube. Like, even if YouTube is like has its own fault, they are better than Facebook. That's kind of the...
Everything is better than Facebook.
Okay.
Everybody knows that.
I'm hoping for some blockchain social media site. That would be fantastic. I don't know if that's a pipe dream, but it will kind of come, I think. A decentralized social media site, like for the people, by the people. Something like that would be super cool.
Okay, we have a lot of new viewers joining in here. I would just like to take a little time here to tell you all what we're doing today. Let's see if we get the schedule up there. There it is. Let's move it away from our star of the show here. You can still see him pushing the plastic there. And when you have time, Martin, and no, I'm not saying right now, but when you have time, could you bump up the ISO a little bit on our main cam?
Oh, you know what?
It's a little dark.
I can do one better. I can put the light back on because I'm not welding for some time.
Well, there we go.
So we're going there.
Right now we're at step 6 on this glorious road towards 80,000 marbles being dropped in the Marble Machine X. And Marble Machine X playing cyber bass. We have hi-hat and we have snare drum. And this, right now, we're going to install the kick drum as well. The kick drum is installed, but the kick marble gate. So right now Martin is assembling the marble gate for the kick drum so that we can have a complete drummer playing on the Marble Machine X. That will be cool. So yeah, for those people joining now, this is where we're at. We're on step 6 on this build. So let's head back and watch Martin add this plastic.
This is where we're at. I'm going to add all these parts as well. And this is my third gate I'm building, so I do feel a little bit more confident in how to put this together. 3rd time's the charm. So right now I'm adding... Oh, and only now I realize how to get the perfect length and not waste tube. I should add the tube without cutting it and then cutting it while it's on place. How about that idea, Hannes? Yeah, so feeling super, super anxious to get to hear the kick drum together with the bass. I think that is going to be like, if I can learn the bass line that I've been practicing for 2 days, and we can have like a little nice kick drum, which has been like the missing part of our musical dish, that's going to feel like the machine is more functional than it's ever been. So it's been hard for me and for many like that saw the machine play like a whole song on the vibraphone, saw the machine play in the proof of concept video, and then to not have the machine play for such a long time. And I think when this is on, people are going to feel like, okay, finally the machine is further than ever.
Yes.
That is going to feel great. So on the other hand, after this gate is assembled, I have a lot to do to get the marble routing to this gate. So that is not going to be ultra quick. As you can see in the list there, there's like 10 more points before the machine will be playing the kick drum.
It's a sweet comment here from Ivan Voronov. Hello, I am not an engineer. I can offer only my moral support. Martin or anybody else, if you need emotional support, I'm here for you. Smiley face. That's a beautiful comment. Thank you so much, Ivan.
Super nice. Super nice. Mentally, this project is so much simpler when I just give up on everything else around me. When I hand myself hand and fist over to the marble machine, then I feel like purposeful, and I feel having fun, and I feel I can actually do things the way I want them, etc., etc. Where I've been in a more dark place mentally is when I'm kind of keeping like 5 or 10 projects on the side and trying to keep them going at the same time. That has been and then at the same time the marble machine X is like on fire and nothing works. That has been actually the most stupidest thing I've tried. I've taken on too much side projects. So right now, the mental part of this project is much easier because I'm excluding everything else, and it's wonderful. It's Marie Kondo, you know, but in the on the time dimension. Oh, this starts with the tube on. It starts to feel more like a gate. It's just not a metal skeleton anymore.
ESK on Discord is saying, does Martin need to introduce / weld the extra bar in the gate to avoid marble from jumping the lanes?
That's a really good comment, and it's a comment that tells me that this person saw the live stream from yesterday. So we have an issue with the CYBERGATE where the marbles jump because I'm using 3 bars to hold the marble where 4 would have been the best. It was kind of an aesthetical decision, but it was also a functional decision. It turned out to be the wrong one. So let's show on camera what we're talking about. So if we can go to the close camera, you can see here we have only 3 bars. So the marble fits perfectly in there. And if this height is wrong, so if I increase this height, you can push the marble out on the side like that. But to answer the comment, on these escapement gates, the precision is much better because these silicone tubes are designed correctly in CAD, and it's much easier. So we have actually enough good precision. There's 1 millimeter like tolerance for the marble, and the marble is not escaping. So you can see here, I'm even holding it sideways, and the marble is rolling nicely. So the answer is no, I don't have to add any side walls on the clock escapement gates. So far, they're holding up really nicely. But I did realize that when the pressure was super hard, that the marble could wedge like this between these two. So for the touring version, we're never going to allow 3 lanes around the marble, always 4 or a pipe or something. This was, again, unnecessarily naive design that requires a lot of precision. It's better to design something that doesn't require precision and works anyway. So I'm kind of disappointed that I did that, but it looks so great in CAD, you know, honest. Everything looks like, oh, this will work. And then you come to real life and realize that, okay, everything is like 100 times smaller and 100 times more finicky. So my next project is to build a kitchen table.
Thor Valar on Discord says, do you have air pressure available? Blow air to the tube to make it go easier to the bar.
Oh, that's a cool idea. I do have a compressor downstairs. I'm not going to go and get it now, but super nice suggestion. I wonder if it would work. Probably because the air would fight to get out here, so maybe it would just slide. That's a really cool idea.
A nice comment here from Elaine Anderson. It gives me a great feeling knowing I am one of so many that are cheering Martin on and helping however we can. Love being here, and we love having you here, Elaine. Thank you so much.
Also, because I remember Elaine Anderson from yesterday, so shout out to Elaine Anderson, who's been here 2 days in a row. Really nice to hear you're back with us for another day of progress. There we go. 5 silicone tubes are on. So now let's move on to the front side here, where we are going to do the heat shrink. I can cheat and look over the machine. Yes, it's heat shrink. Should we just check the sound of the kick drum? Okay, still, nice. It's still good.
That leads me perfectly into. Are you ready for a nice little joke here?
Okay, I'm gonna get ready.
From Lucas Pallan. Marble machine walks into a bar. Bartender asks, "What do you want to drink?" Marble machine says, "Meow."
Wait, is that the end of the joke?
Yes! That's the end of the joke. It's brilliant.
I was joking. Okay.
Oh.
Meow. It's funny because yeah, the cat is catching on. Now I'm gonna cut some heat shrink, and before I cut it too long, and I think it's better I cut it too short this time. Let's do something like that. Meow. Brilliant.
Olson Art Studio. From a man who has dedicated my life to the arts. The marble machine is one of the finest sculptures on this planet.
Oh.
There you go, Martin.
It's thank you for kind of getting it. It is a sculpture, and it is a mix between a sculpture and a music instrument, right? It's a music instrument sculpture, and that just makes the rules completely. The normal rules for a music instrument is completely thrown out, and I'm always happy hearing people calling the Montage a sculpture. That makes me super happy. That's how I see it as well. I do not want it to be like a museum piece that stands in silence, though. I want it to be the real exhibition is like the world tour. That's the sculpture exhibition.
Mm. And here's Alex Tepley. I'm here almost every stream and Hannes never notices me. Definitely because my last name is hard to read. You're both great. Hope we'll hear the MMX music in the nearest future. And Alex, no, I'm not missing you on purpose. Sometimes it's just hard to keep up with all the chats that are going here. I have my eyes both on YouTube and on Discord, and I'm trying to entertain Martin with some brilliant jokes now and then. So sorry if I miss you. It's not on purpose. And hopefully I got your last name right. Thank you so much for commenting, though, and for being here. That's awesome.
Absolutely. They found a great way into your heart there.
And here we have Spiro. Hey, Martin and Hannes. My dad's an artist in the same workshop as Jan Kardell.
Ooh.
So it was really fun to hear you also enjoy his work. Hälsningar från Skåne.
Ah, nice. Again, Jan Kardell is being mentioned, the Swedish artist. That's really cool. I would love to visit that workshop one day. Maybe we'll see you there. I've seen the workshop on Jan Kardell's YouTube channel. It looks really cool. Oh, turning the welder off so we don't lose all our argon gas. And now I'm going to give you a close-up of this heat shrink because I find it super satisfying when this heat shrink is being shrunk. We have that.
What? Let's go to a clean close-in one.
So here you can see these are the heat shrink right here. And I'm just use this as a way of holding it upright. There, you will probably be able to enjoy the action. Where's my heat gun? I'm trying to buy a new heat gun, by the way, Hannes, because it is really broken, but it's still holding on. And speaking of holding on, I think you have to hold the fort because I think my heat gun is downstairs.
Okay.
Apparently.
You know what to do, people. Let's have a look at the weather in France. There we go. Look at it. Consistent as ever. We have never seen a rainy or cloudy day. And the sun is always out when we're checking the weather. Oh, and it became night just like that. Well, there we have it. We're morning once again. So yeah, Martin is not suffering there in France. You can clearly see it. Now, here you have some beautiful music and a little montage just to remind you of what this channel is all about. Look at that glorious machine dropping marbles onto the snare drum, into the funnels. Wow.
Did I miss the weather report?
You missed the weather report, but I cleansed the ears of our viewers. They got some nice music and some beautiful pictures. Just as a reminder of what this channel is all about. It's more than live streams. It's life.
I love it. Love it. Wait, I have to think before I act. I have to have something ready to push these over the edge here. Because I don't want them to stick out. Here we go. clean.
And as Lee West points out, it's a live stream. And you're right. There you go.
So this turned out sweet. Let's roll some marbles to try. Are we a little bit out of focus here? Let's see if we can tweak the focus a little bit. Oof, do you hear how silent that is?
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, you don't hear the marble, and it's the fact that it's silent is great, but it's also adding a lot of complexity with this like silicone and the heat shrink and the tolerance, but it is silent. Here it's binding a little bit, but that's this one. There we go, now it's not binding anymore. Just pull the metal a little bit apart. And we're good to go. Let's see. I mean, wait. I've kind of forgotten the order. Is it now time to add? Yes. Before this, I'm going to weld this on. Yes. So if we see on the backside here, that's actually going to be the last weld. And then we have kind of downhill from there, because then it's just screws and stuff. So the issue though with this is that we have to tap 2 holes here first. So I have to prepare this part before welding. But as you can see, we did some progress already today.
Wow. And speaking of the progress here, let's have a look at the schedule. We're at step number 6 here in the kick drum marble gate build. That's what Martin is doing right now. This is all so that we're gonna be able to do a 80,000 marble test on the Marble Machine X.
So let me reframe the camera if I can.
Henrik Alm längtar till 2 saker just nu. Liseberg och att MMX ska spela musik.
Helt rätt. Jag håller med dig. Liseberg is a theme park in Gothenburg where I lived a lot of my Swedish life. And it's super fun. They have a duck shooting game there where I wasn't allowed to compete anymore because I always won the big bear. And they were like, okay, 1 is enough for you, sir. And I was like, okay. Humble brag about the duck. So if you go to Liseberg and visit the duck shooting game, let me know your score and we can compare. Don't miss the red ducks, that's all I have to say. The ducks is like moving in a pre-programmed pattern and it's the same all the time. So when you play the game, you can kind of know where they're going to pop up. So you can kind of anticipate them. And you also always know when the 100-point red ducks appear. And then you just have to ignore all the 20-point ducks, because if you miss a single 100-point red duck, you won't get the big bear. That's
While
it.
you're drinking there, you ready for a brilliant joke here from Elias on Discord?
Yes.
With more drum triggers, you could build a whole drum kitten.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Whoa. Okay, my stuff is falling out. Let's first do the deburring. That's the most boring part of all of this. I also don't have a really good tool for that here. Let's try some dentistry. Okay, there is some burr inside this hole that I can't reach. I'm wondering how to reach it. Maybe with this file.
And Francis Attard is saying, just want to say hi from North Carolina. I love the live streams and everything the Wintergatan community stands for. And you're absolutely right about that. The Wintergatan community is the best community in the world. I dare say it. I know it. It's 100% facts. It's the most glorious community in the world. Everyone is nice. Everyone is supporting. So I totally agree with you. And thank you for that comment.
Yeah, thank you so much for the positivity. It's really fuel for pushing all that positivity. And talking about pushing, I am pushing this in and it seems to work. Am I in frame? Yes. Oh wait, I see another burr. It's just like a little speck of dust, but it's not dust, it's like metal. And while it's there, I won't be able to fit this part in. I think I got it. I'm just dry fitting this. I should not weld it before I tap it. I could tap it in place actually, but I won't.
Robster 1983. As a citizen of Karlstad, it's very hard not to be proud of Martin. These live streams makes my work days just fly by. Heart emoji and a Swedish flag.
Super nice to hear from a fellow Karlstadbo. Sola i Karlstad skiner i hjärtat för alltid. Fina minnen från Sundstasjön. Härliga tider. Cykla på elljusspåret på Kronoparken. Det är såna grejer. Såna grejer glömmer man aldrig. So nice. Karlstad is actually my second village or city. It's not a village, it's a city. Fun fact. Karlstad has the most restaurants per capita of Sweden. Did you know that?
Wow. No, I learned something today.
So if you look at a map of Sweden, there's a huge lake and Karlstad is on top of that lake. I can't get this in. I have to get all at the same time.
98 Rudolph Xmas. Hey Martin, I have a question. Do you have a tip for people who also have a big project running but always run into problems with it and thinking about to give it up?
I have a lot of thoughts anyway. I think you have to very seriously, which I have been doing lately, see giving up as an option to actually really I don't think we should think we should never give up on anything. Sometimes, oh, I got it in. Talking about not giving up. It's in and it's great. So I'm gonna take it out again and tap the holes. So what has helped me with this project is when I've been starting to contemplate actually for real giving up, then I kind of have to understand why I should not give up again. So that's kind of so if you are thinking about giving up, think more about giving up and then make a decision. And you can also read about sunken cost fallacy, which is what I am worried that I am in this project. A classic example of sunken cost fallacy is that you pay for a movie ticket, you don't like the film, but you feel, oh, I paid for the ticket, so I need to see the whole film. At that moment, you're actually losing an hour of your life rather than gaining back the price of the movie ticket. And it's the same if we have these kind of projects. If we should actually give up, it feels like, oh, I lose all the time I've invested if I give up. So I have to go on. But that's the sunken cost fallacy. So if you come to the conclusion that you actually should give up on your project, then you should be proud that you're actually bringing yourself out of the sunken cost fallacy. And honest to God, I don't know if the Marble Machine X, if I'm still in sunken cost fallacy denial about this machine or not. I live with that uncertainty every day. So even though it's maybe not the most like positive feedback, it's like just see giving up as an actual alternative, and then choosing the project to actually complete it. You will know much more why you are completing it, and that might help you to actually complete it. And maybe be realistic like me, that if it's a huge project, you will probably not have time to do anything else at all. So if you choose it, just be honest with yourself about the sacrifices you will have to make, because they are going to be painful. If you want to try to do something really cool, the sacrifices are going to be also very painful and big. So yeah, but the sunken cost fallacy that we are both perhaps victims of is a really tricky thing. I spent years in the shadow of sunken cost fallacy. Yeah. Did that make sense, Hannes?
Oh, yes.
Good.
And also Tessa Devote also writes in here, it's like relationships ending. Just because it ended doesn't mean it was worthless. You still get to spend time learning about yourself and another person, and the memories are still valuable. That's right, Tessa.
Yeah. Perfect perspective. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And realizing that can free you up and bring in a new era of your life in like a magic way.
And Jaffa5 watching the stream while sitting in the car overlooking the sea. And that's the perfect spot to watch a Wintergatan live stream. I can't think of any better spot than that.
Beautiful. Nice to hear. I think I'm gonna put you on the spot, Hannes, because I need to go and get a 3.3mm drill from downstairs. So,
well, there we go.
I'll be right back, and then we're gonna do some live M4 thread tapping to see if I can tap live without breaking the tap.
Well, you heard it there, people. You can't miss that. So stick around here. I will try to. Then I all of a sudden got problem just breathing there. Well, at least in this stream, we are on the road towards 80,000 marbles being played by the Marble Machine X. In the last couple of weeks here, Martin has attached the CYBERGATEs to the Marble Machine X so the machine can now play bass. And just the other day, we had a 60,000 marble test, and it was, like all tests right now, a mechanical test only, not musical. And the bass performed mechanically really, really good. We had marbles dropped on the floor, and most of those problems have been taken care of. And today we are working. Let's see if I can find a schedule here. There we go. This is today's schedule. We are on step number 6 right now, where Martin is assembling the kick drum marble gate, which is needed for the machine to be able to drop marbles onto the kick drum. When the kick drum gates is assembled and working, then we will have a kick drum, a snare drum, a hi-hat, and bass that we'll be able to play. And then we're going to have a 80,000 marble drop test. Hopefully 0 marbles on the floor. You never know, but these tests are so valuable to find those weak spots and just fix it right away. So for those who joined the other day, we did like a live 60,000 marble test. We were played for almost 3 hours. I thought it was really amazing. I was a little scared that it was going to be tedious watching, but I found it utterly enjoyable. Hopefully you did as well. Oh, still got something in my throat. Sorry for that. So yeah, how are you doing, chat? Everything's going good. Amatöridrottaren Hannes, are you doing any own projects at the moment? Right now, I don't really have the time. This is my full-time job right now, helping Martin with this, editing videos, and right now I'm with Martin in these live streams. I have some smaller projects I'm doing in my spare time. Right now I'm helping my good friend Ben shooting a small commercial for his upcoming Kickstarter. So that's a small project I'm doing at the side. Nothing major. I don't have time for any big side gigs anymore. This is my main gig and I love it. So yeah, I'm 100% Wintergatan, you know. And here he is, he's back.
We can give our good friend Ben from Second Dynasty a shout out. He's doing a lot of successful Kickstarters with super cool tabletop game, 3D printable role-playing models. He designs some cool spaceships. So what is the new? Maybe he can't even say, maybe it's secret.
No, but it's going live like next week. So and it's based on a popular old role-playing game. So it's a real license this time. It's gonna be really, really cool.
Okay, cool.
So if there's a lot of people who have 3D printers, but they don't have anything really cool to print. So that's, I think, that his service, you get a printable big spaceship you can assemble for yourself. I mean, it's pretty cool.
So what I'm doing now is that I'm going to prepare to tap these. And I have a lot of 3.3mm drills and they're all blunt. So let's see if I can even drill this or if I need to go down to the drill press. I hope not. Let's see here how it goes. Okay, that was a thin drill. That was no problem. I'm working my way up slowly. This is 1/8 inch drill, just 3.175mm. I'm kind of cheating by opening up these holes slowly. I'm not sure I will succeed at all. Let's wear the goggles for... Okay. Let's do the clutch release. So I have no spare parts. I don't want like a half a drill stuck in there. So I'm putting the clutch, so the clutch will activate before the drill snaps. Okay. I have a bad feeling about this, Hannes.
Oh no, don't say that.
Wait for it. Is this 3.3? Yes.
Perhaps you should mute your microphone when you're doing this drilling.
Okay. Oh, I realized how I can do this. I'm gonna add a plugin on my sound.
Oh, that was the wrong plugin.
I'm going to add a gain plugin that I can just pad myself with. So let's do some audio check with the chat. This is a 20 decibel reduction of the volume of my voice. How is this?
Yes, thank you.
So that's the drill. That's the drill reduction. I'm putting it back later. There we go. We're back at full volume.
Yeah.
Okay, learning something new without streaming every day. And talking about learning something new, I want to share I always say this when I tap holes in metal. I want to share my best beginner trick for tapping your own threads in metal. Once you start tapping threads, you feel invincible. It's a superpower for any maker to not be scared of making their own metal threads. But what I want to say to you is that you should use a countersink and chamfer both sides of the metal. So this is a countersink and I'm chamfering the top side. And then here's the key trick. People say it's easier to start a tap. Yes, that's one thing. But do not forget to chamfer also the back side. So chamfer both sides, because when the tap comes through and there's burr on the back side of the metal, the tap can bite into that and snap and break. Doesn't have to be a big chamfer, just clean it up. So now the tap has a like super nice kind of intro and outro, and it can just concentrate on doing its job, and it doesn't have to like deal with like crazy metal burr sticking out in its path.
Nice.
So I'm also using, for this I'm using step taps. I'm using 3 taps, which means the first one is cutting, because this is stainless steel and I'm usually not used to work with stainless steel. So this is the first step, and I'm going to repeat this 3 times, and the tap cuts more and more and more. It's always hard to start. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm not gonna use the tap wrench on this one. That's the thing. It's hard to start these tap kits. I'm actually going to use the drill press, the cordless drill, which is something that has broken a lot of taps on this channel earlier. But here again, I'm using the clutch, so I'm putting it very lightly, so if I hold, I can stop the tap, which means it's kind of a safety. So before the tap snaps, the clutch will activate. That looked kind of crooked, but hey.
Good enough.
Hopefully so. And keep it wet with oil. There we go, that was the first one. Now for the one with 2 marks, this will cut a little bit more. Now we have to make sure we're cutting the same threads. I'm letting the tool find the tap by itself. Maybe I should pad myself now as well. Pad. Whoop. And we are done.
There we go.
Very.
Let's have a little zoomed in view of that.
Yeah.
Deserves it. Oh, there we go.
Are we out of focus? A little bit.
A little bit. There we go. Yes.
It's a very, very loose fit. I removed a lot of material. It's not impressive, but this is where you want like compressed air to blow these clean. So you can see big wiggle. It's a very thin piece of metal, but for the strength needed, this is perfect. So let's move on with welding this piece to the assembly, and then we're done with the welding for the day. That would make me very happy.
Yes.
Let's try to perhaps clean up a little bit. Yeah, that's enough.
Oh, I'm ruining everything here. There we go.
So welcome all new viewers. We are doing the kick drum marble gate today, and kick drum is sounding really nice so far. Now we just need it to be played by marbles, and that's where we're going.
Yep, and we're on step number 6 here. Martin is assembling the kick drum marble gate. So that's where we're at right now, for those who are wondering and just tuned in. This is all towards the 80,000 marble test, where we finally will have a kick drum, a snare drum, a hi-hat, and bass playing at the same time. Woohoo!
Yeah, it's a whole drum kit. Did you get it?
I was so focused on changing camera angles.
Did you see what I did there? I stole that joke from the chat. I was like, I didn't get even a chuckle. I was like,
Oh no.
felt so lost there for a moment.
I can give you a sympathy chuckle.
Oh, those are the worst. Those are the worst. Oh, I love how this looks. I'm going to give you a better close-up of this now. Let's see what we can produce. Pretty far away.
Yes, there we go.
Can you see what's going on?
Yeah.
Can we go in closer?
Enhance.
Enhance. Here we go.
Or as the chat usually says, enhance.
So this, it looks, I have to say, this looks great. The marble is running nicely. It looks very straight here, which I had a problem on the first one. I never show that, but I actually messed the first escapement gate up that way. So I'm feeling confident that I can just go here. And now we should try to not melt the silicone tube behind. And the best way to do that is to weld hot and fast, is what I found out. So let's push the welder on a little hotter this time.
Oh, yeah.
Let's kind of just sap it. Should we do 100 for fun?
Well, sounds hilarious, so let's do it.
Hilarious. That's the drama of these streams. It's like, well, now we have 100 amps on the welder, everyone. All right.
Whoa!
Oh no. Can you hear this?
Aragon gas?
I'm out of argon gas. So I have these replacement bottles, these small, very tiny ones. I have a bigger bottle, but I have to go and get another one. Used so much argon gas, apparently. See you soon.
Argon gas. Electricity taster. That was a brilliant one also. That deserves a drum. A rim shot, I guess it's called, right? So yeah, if we have any new viewers joining in, this is the road to the 80,000 marble test. I know I'm saying this a lot, but it's important to recap all this. the last couple of streams, Martin has assembled the CYBERGATEs, and the Cyberbase is now playing beautifully. Even though Martin hasn't really nailed the solo yet, he's gonna get there. I know it. And the schedule for today, let's move it to the side here. We are on step 6 still, but it's a big one. It's assembling the kick drum marble gate that will go onto the machine later and then distribute marbles and drop them onto the kick drum so that we can have a beautiful kick drum play some cool music. So we can have a complete drum kitten, as someone said in the chat earlier. Brilliant joke. So how are you doing today, chat? Let's see if we have something. Well, we have the man back. Chris Treen wants to know how long do the small bottles last? Do you have an estimate on that, Martin?
They go quickly. Or as someone in chat says, first is argon gas, but quite fast it becomes argon gas.
Oh yeah, that was a brilliant joke.
I heard it. I didn't miss it. No, they go pretty quickly. I think maybe I have too high flow. You can kind of hear it. No, this is pretty. But I also sometimes forget to push the bottle off, and when I forget to put it off, I think it's leaking in the night. I'm not really feeling this. There we go. But I have a real full one upstairs, and I think it's like 10 small bottles for a big real one. So I bought the small bottles as a panic measurement when it was lockdown and I couldn't get delivered. I couldn't go and get the big bottle physically, and this was the only argon gas I could order online. So that was why I have these small bottles. But now I have been and picked up a big bottle, so I have to change for that. I was going to pull my welding hat down, but it was I forgot to put it on. Here we go. Thanks for reading so much fun things from the chat, Hannes. It's so fun for me to hear what people are saying. It's awesome.
Yeah, people are enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's super fun to hear.
Benjamin Guerrero. Everybody knows you gotta weld with hopium.
I aspire to weld with certainium.
Certainium.
Certainium weld coming up. So the first one is easy. Down here and here and here. Up there. Oh, do I even need... I just realized something, Hannes. Why would I even weld up here? So we have a point.
Why?
Yeah. Maybe I don't have to. We'll see. We have a point here and here and here and here. And these parts can't move. They can't go anywhere. And when I weld... yeah. Maybe we're going to try to just not weld there. So I need, again, to push the lights away because my welding helmet is reacting to the film lamps. Oh, this works. Okay, here we go. That feels great. The flow is correct of the argon. Sorry. Argon gas? Is it just a tad angled? I put a tack in the middle, and then I can kind of turn it straight before I put the next one. Oof. What
Wow.
is smoking so much? It's the oil. I left a lot of oil on this part.
Ah.
Yeah, I didn't clean it from the oil. Nice smell from smoking oil in the studio right now. That smell is actually pleasant. Also, another interesting thing, since we're welding so hot, 100 amps, we're saving on argon because it takes much less time. So welding cold costs argon. Oof. And it's kind of expensive argon gas. So here's my question to myself. I've always wanted to weld. Let me see if I can show this for the camera. Yes. I always wanted to weld. It's designed to be welded everywhere. Here, 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 and here. But this is strong enough here already. And these parts are captured pretty neatly already. This can't move. These can't move. In short, I don't see a big reason of welding here and messing up the silicone tubes. So I'm gonna try a new thing. I'm going to try to leave these unwelded. I'm just thinking if I'm making a mistake here or not, but we have to like trust only one weld down here. I always liked that we were having 2 weld points to make like stability of everything. But the only job of these lanes is to hold a couple of marbles. So I think I'm leaving it here. And then we can move on to add the escapement wheel.
Yes.
So welding is done.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was pain-free. Actually, pain-free welding today. Just an Aragon switch. And that was it. Time for some hydration with Hannes 2000, I think.
Really, yeah.
Oh.
And I just ordered my food here, so it's on its way. Everything is looking good.
Awesome. Let's put the film lamp back on. It is really fun actually to have like a friend in the room. This is like the best distance relationship you can have. Hannes 2000 has come so much closer since we did this live stream setup. It is strange because like when I come in the morning before the streams and Hannes, we call each other up and Hannes is there, I'm like, hello Hannes. It's a little surreal to have like a physical, ooh, maybe that's going to be like the virtual reality thing. We're gonna have like, this is like dystopian. We're gonna have like dolls, and then one day you can just upload your friend into the doll, so you have your friend like there with you in the room, and then just like, okay, I have to go, and they just like fall down flat on the floor. Anyway, this is great company. It's keeping me focused, and we have done great progress actually here. I'm ready for the fun thing to start to add like all the gears and the escapements and stuff like that. So that's where this thing starts to look a little bit more cool.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So how long did this welding take? We started at 11?
Yeah. 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours with the silicone tube and the heat shrink. It's okay.
That's great.
Haven't wasted too much time with the kitten today.
No. All the puns though. I found a funny one earlier today here from Team Berwitz. Do you know what's my favorite seafood bread topping? Pearl jam.
Absolutely brilliant. Okay. Where are we? Oh yeah, I should. What is it called? Ream. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm gonna go ahead.
Reframe this later.
Yeah, we're going to reframe this camera. I think I'm going to get you all back to my side of the table.
Yes.
There we go. So, oh, there goes the professionality. I've done a lot of part prep. I prepared these parts. I prepared these parts. I did that in a video. I chamfered these wheels. One thing that I didn't do is that I didn't ream the inside of these parts, and the fit here, there's still some burr, so I'm gonna use another axle from Ace Crystal and drill up the inside of these escapements. I don't have any real reamers, and using the axle as a reamer is very good anyway. There we go. Now it slides perfectly. Let's do the same here. Like that. Let's do the same for these. I'll go down 20 dB and give the fork to you, Hannes.
Thank you. Digital Freak wants to know, was the hi-hat right channel fixed eventually? What was the problem there? From yesterday's stream.
Yes, good question. It has not been fixed. The issue is that the pressure valve is adding a little bit too much pressure, so even when the removing too much pressure, so even when the marble lane is full, the marbles are not going through down to the gate. So I need to angle the plywood lane differently or remake them.
There you have it.
Yeah, I hope not I have to remake them, but I also need to make plywood lanes for the kick drum, so perhaps I can just double up and make 2 times the plywood parts.
Yes.
So it's a very understandable problem, and it's it's not an issue to find a fix, but I don't look forward to doing that. There's all the parts, and then we have these. I think I'm gonna drill these open because I don't want them to touch. So let's take that 5mm drill we had in the beginning. Let's just open this hole up.
go a little bit closer, perhaps?
Yeah, I can reframe this. This is gonna look steampunky. So, brass wheels, water jet cut by Jeffer from Cleveland, Ohio. So, pretty cool stuff. And I don't need this hole to touch the axis ever. And it's designed to be 4 point something, but I'm just going to make sure that it never touches by opening up the center hole to 5 millimeters. Oh, is it already 5? No, this is a 4 millimeter drill. Okay, where's my 5 millimeter drill then? Okay, let's go the professional, unprofessional route and do this. The accuracy of this gear comes from these 4 screws and not from the center hole. So I want the center hole to just not touch at all. Like that.
Nice, nice, nice. Something magical about those gears.
Yeah, it is special with a brass part, actually. We have 2 brass parts. We have the timing clutch and we have these gears. They are really cool. So let's get as you all know, this project has been built with blood, sweat and gears. I am becoming really annoyed with the overuse of puns by myself. I mean, it's like we're trying to fill the void. What else do we have to talk about, Hannes?
As electricity taster says, clean floor! Exclamation mark.
Sweet. Yeah, it's clean actually. So this is super nice aspect of this design. Right now you can't get this wheel in because this is in the way, and we have this little slot of the wheel. So you can push it over, wait, like this, then you can get it in and under. So that's a really nice thing. Okay, so now I need some washers, and I also need to tap these holes with my M3 tap that I saw. Oh, it's right here. So let's go back to this one. Or should I do that manually? So these are all the steps that I should do on all the gates at the same time. I think I will do that for the vibraphone. So when it's time to build the vibraphone gates, I will make all 11 gates at the same time and do all this part prep times 11 in one go.
Oh, nice.
Because what actually takes time is the context switching. Like, okay, now I need to tap this, I need a tap. There's also something Cal Newport talks a lot about in his Deep Question podcast. Context switching is the bane of productivity.
Okay, Martin, my food is arriving now. I need to take a lunch break.
Okay, sweet. Bon appetit.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be here assembling. See you later.
Yes, take care, everyone. I'll be back.
We will miss you, Hannes, as always.
Yeah, BRB.
Awesome. So I'm go into my screw drawer here. I should probably clean my bench up to make a better impression. I don't know. So I think these are the correct length of the screws. Goes through there. Oh, look at this. Perfect. Now if you can see the stick out. That's the perfect stick out of this bolt. Let's stay zoomed in so we can see what we're doing. There. Yeah, I mentioned Cal Newport. It's my... I have like cycles where I find stuff and I think, oh, this is going to... If I just take in the lessons from this person, everything will change. I will become like super efficient and stuff like that. And my latest newfound love is Cal Newport, famous for the Deep Work book, and he's an author. He's made a lot of books, written a lot of books. He started out giving student studying advice. I think that was the beginning of his career. He's some kind of MIT math professor. And he has a podcast, Deep Questions, and a book, Deep Work. And he is super anti-social media for productivity. He kind of made a name of himself to be like a well-known author who never had a social media account. However, Cal Newport talk about context switching, and that's when you're doing something and you're hearing a notification, ding ding, you get an email, and you're shifting your context over to the email instead. And that costs to then get back on track with what you were doing before you read the email. Costs a lot of time and effort. And that's the danger of context switching. And I feel that now when I'm just doing small, that's why it's more efficient to make all like 15 gates in one go. So that was how I came to think about Cal Newport. We need some M4 washers. Is this M5? This looks like M5. That's M5. So it looks like I only have... I'm looking in my box here, but I'm only seeing M3 and M5 washers. Here we go, that's an M4. No? So you can see here, very professional organization in this box. Wait, these are the washers I want. Yes. Okay. I think that's all we need. So what I want to do with these washers is that I want to put them on the shaft right here to accurately space the gear. And I have a sneak peek on the other gates, and it looks like 2 washers is the way to go. To just confirm that. Well, I put it on in the wrong order. And here, you can see, if there was a hole in the center of this, we couldn't get this gear on after the welding. But thanks to this slot, we can slide it here, slide it down, and slide it in. And then this part is the key to the keyhole, and it locks everything in place. So it's a super elaborative design for designing for the assembly process. That's too dark, sorry for that. Going to actually push the ISO a little bit. Even if the table becomes super bright, we see better the black parts. There we go. Now, if I put the gear here, can I still see the little groove? Perfect, I still see the little groove for the circlet clip that locks everything in place. So let's try now. To see if we can get this together. I need my small hex key. Would be easier if I had a bit, but it's okay. So I'm gonna tighten this down and just check that the gear is still free rotating. As you can see now, it's rotating really nicely. Sometimes when I clamp it together, the parts are being pulled to the side and kind of clamp on the axle. That's not really good. But then usually I just have to back out the bolts a little bit, and that's fine. Yeah, so this is not rotating so freely. I used to put these together outside the gate and then ream the parts together. And I was thinking maybe I could make a shortcut today and just skip that step. And it looks like we maybe shouldn't have tried that. There's quite a lot of friction here. And as you can see now, I can't pull this out with the screws on. So I'm going to revert to my old method of assembling it off the gate and ream the parts together, because this did not work out. It's not a lot of friction, but I don't want this wheel to have friction. I want it to be free running, as smooth as possible. I hear the crickets outside and the AC. It's very silent in here after Hannes is gone, actually. I was filming with a French filmmaker, and it was so funny because these crickets, the cricket sound is so romantic, like me to the life here. And he was like used to making films outside, and he just looked up and said like, I hate those things because like for 3 months in the outside here in south of France, this cricket sound is a constant backdrop, so you can't like record anything without having constant cricket sounds. It's pretty funny. I think if I open the window and take off my noise gate, just for some nice context switching example here, I'm gonna remove the noise gate on my microphone and listen. And if I now go to the window, you will hear what he means. There you go. Yeah, I think you're hearing that. So you could imagine like making film productions in France and you have this at all times. There we go. Closing away the crickets, adding the noise gates, and like that. That's how clean the audio sounds with the plugins on. Sweet. That was an example of context switching. This is what Cal Newport have taught me to not do. But hey, we are allowed to associate as well sometimes. That was the crickets. There you go. They're coming at exactly a certain temperature, and they are never giving up. So at the real warm periods, they are also going through the whole night, almost. It's funny, you can actually, when you hear them start, you can actually watch a thermometer, and it's on the exact same degree every time. Talk about free will not existing, right? So when Hannes, this is the part where I'm losing my reins. Like Hannes is not here to rein me in. I can just run free, thinking out loud while getting this gear going. So to any new viewers, we are making the marble gate for the kick drum and trying to push to reach a marble test of 80,000 marbles. And the number of marbles is not so important. The number of instruments used in the tests is what is really important. So for the next big test, I want to use kick drum, which is going to be the new addition, snare drum, hi-hat, and cyber bass and rhythm machine. That would mean that we're only lacking 2 instruments, the cymbal and the vibraphone. I'm gonna drop a little bit of a bomb here. I am going to look at moving the cymbal. I do not like where the cymbal sits, and I'm going to have a perfect opportunity to move the cymbal. I'm thinking of putting it vertical in the front of the machine. I'm just going to experiment with that before making this, adding the cymbal. It's super tight inside the machine. We showed that in the live stream yesterday, and you can't see the cymbal, and this is something that I've been annoyed with forever. So I am toying with the idea of changing place for the cymbal, so the cymbal becomes a visible feature when you look at the machine from the outside. So this is how I usually do it. I put the parts together and then I ream the center hole until it goes freely. Whoa. And now, as you can see, this is so cool. The black part is Delrin or POM. It just rotates forever by itself. You can see there's no need for a bearing or anything. And the sideways play is non-existent. So this is a super nice silver steel axle from Ace Crystal from Ace-Craft. Now we have the correct thickness. But again, this design is not made to be put on directly. I can't get this on now. So I have to now unscrew these again and then get it on. It's a little bit tedious, but it's once this is in place, I'm not expecting to ever have to open these bolts again. By the way, talking about noise gate, pro tip: don't put your gain reduction to 0 on the noise gating. Just reduce with 20 or 30, and it will sound much more natural. There you go, all 12 people who followed that line of thought. Okay, I'm gonna change the focus right there. SK Metal 7, you need a hex bit for your drill. Yes, I do need that. This will take forever. This one is one size up. How about we can maybe use a, yeah. I might have it downstairs. But what I actually did before is that I cut a hex. I have a lot of hex keys, so I cut a hex key apart so I could put a hex key directly into the drill. But let's face it, I did this now 4 times because I tried a different method that didn't work. So for the next time, I only need to do 2 times. So now you can see we are still good on the friction-free rotation. I can't get over how cool it is with bushings. I said this before, but when I started to design, I loved bearings. So I put bearings everywhere. And now I only want bushings. And bushings is like a sliding material with no... I actually think, so you call them ball bearings to be very precise. That's the thing you have in skateboard wheels. And now I think it's so much cooler to just have a nicely designed bushing. And as you can see here, we have no issues with friction anymore. So that's just super satisfying. Although, let's not celebrate too early like bikers who raise up their arms and fall before the finishing line. Lying there on the asphalt to see their competitors swoosh past them. Now we can celebrate. Or actually when we add the circlet clip. So now I have in Ace package. He made this 4mm, 5mm, super cool little canister of circlet clips. So let's take one out. There. I have my circlet clip plier downstairs. So I'll be right with you. We're gonna cleanse your ears with some nice music. I'll be with you in 1 second when I have my tool with me. So love that view of the gears going into the machine there. And I have gathered my circlet clip plier and I'm going to try to show this in a close-up. There we go. So this is like a super specialized tool that just pulls apart a circlet clip. So you push it into the circlet clip right here. This tool opens the clip up and allows it to go onto the groove that Ace Crystal from Acecraft have lathed into this axle. Circlet clips is a super fun and easy way to get something stuck sideways on a shaft. Oh no, I did this so many times. I dropped it and it flew away somewhere in the room. I hope there's some spares in here. I have to focus because I did that with at least 4 circlip clips. So I'm scared of running out once I'm building the vibraphone if I keep showering the room with circlip clips. Maybe you want some cricket sounds in the stream. Do you want a cricket microphone? Is my I wonder. Probably not. Okay. I'm trying for the 5th time to not drop this circlip clip while applying it. It's sliding off my plier. Oh, my plier has a bad angle in it. Wait. Now I'm gonna get it. Wait, I think the problem is that the tip of my plier is a little bit bent. I'm gonna see if I can open that up a little bit. Just like that. So the circlip clip is kind of sliding off. And I'm trying to do it in a way so you can see it from the camera, which is also making me extra clumsy. Here we go. This time I'm getting it. There we go. I'm gonna show a close-up of that. This is perhaps one of my most favorite small little details on the whole Marble Machine X. The little circlet clips holding these brass gears. I think this is kind of like super elegant design and economical in space. And yeah, I'm super proud of this finish. Dead silent, no friction, just works perfect. So that's awesome. Let's do the second side. I'm gonna change the camera angle to something like that, perhaps. Hello. Let's now do the second side. Ludwig says the earwig clip. Love from India from Alvin Joseph Kayul. Thank you, Alvin. Synthicat's circus clip would be better. Yeah, it was like a circus of jumping around. So now for the second one, I'm not going to do the same experimental setup. I'm going to assemble this off the axis and then ream all the parts together. So we will only have to screw these 4 bolts 2 times instead of 4 like we just did on the other one. Let's go to this one. So we are getting closer to try the first marbles in the gate. We're not really there just right yet. I have to make the wheels, the escapements, and a spring for the escapements. And then we can try the function. Oh, and the front screw. There's crazy amount of part count in this gate. So, you know, I talked a lot about like reducing part count. And these gates have received a lot of criticism, rightly so, for using a lot of parts. And it's true. This design uses a lot of parts. I think the Pacman gate is superior in that sense. No spring, yeah, it's superior in that sense. So we have a lot of parts to assemble before we can get to the first marble. But we're getting there. And This will also give me a chance to discuss the design mistake I made on the escapements. So I've never actually really showed it, but I had to make a kind of a fix of the escapers because they were not designed properly, or rather I made the wrong prioritization. I prioritized the wrong thing, and you won't be surprised when I tell you that I prioritized aesthetics over functionality, even in these gates. So I'm still like having a little problem with that I sometimes think with my heart, or rather with my eyes. So I'm reaming the inside, and here we go again. Perfect rotation. Y'all remember fidget spinners? What a crazy mind virus those were. Like, have you even heard the term fidget spinner in the last year? It's so funny when things like that pops up. I remember when Coca-Cola came with like JoJo's. So I remember you could get, all of a sudden in the stores, you could get like Sprite, Fanta, and Coca-Cola JoJo's. And they just swarmed like my school. From like one day to the other, every kid on the block was doing JoJoing, you know? It's like, it took 24 hours to completely like transform the landscape of the schoolyard. And I loved it. I was like, I went crazy. I opened them up. I made the middle smoother so you can do like the walk the dog trick for a longer time period. I went totally crazy for these Coca-Cola JoJo's. And I guess like, say what you want about the drink, but their advertising, their marketing people is probably the best in the world. For good and for bad, but anyway, they succeeded with getting these Coca-Cola JoJo's on into every kid's anyway in my town. And I don't think we knew like there was such a thing as a JoJo. We just knew about the Coca-Cola JoJo. Wait, have I assembled these on the correct side? Yes, I have. Okay, so now we're on the other side, actually progressing here. Let's clamp these down and let's see if we can retain the friction-free rotation. I knew like walk the dog trick. I knew the clock pendulum trick. And I knew the loop. I think those were my three best JoJo tricks. This spins forever. It's great. Talking about advertising, I do think it's cool that one of the largest car companies, Tesla, I am a Tesla fan, I have to admit it. There's no denial. The engineering behind their products is very, very interesting if you take a look at it. I know there's a lot of skepticism. People don't get why Elon is tweeting this or that, and they're reading too much into it. And I know it's like little, I know there's a lot of anti-sentiment towards the Tesla brand from some fractions of people. If you look away from all that drama and look at the actual engineering, it's just very, very, very impressive, to me at least. And why did I even start to talk about this? JoJo's, yeah, advertising. They do not do paid advertising. Okay, they have some events and stuff like that. They do not do paid advertising, and They're relying on word of mouth. They're relying on people like me who falls in love with the idea of the engineering, and they are just getting their brand out there by word of mouth, and I respect them for that. I think when you are I actually judge my own work. Like if I make a song, I think about that song like, if someone would hear this song, is it so good so the person will tell a friend about the song? That's kind of how I judge my own work, and that's how it's very, very unique, a large company like that who doesn't do paid advertising. So yeah, I actually, when I still read email, I mentioned like Elon in one video, and I actually got email like, you should be careful, you don't want to associate yourself with Elon because he's a bad person. And I think he's just extremely misunderstood by a lot of people. He speaks freely, and people and media have painted a very bad picture of him. So I was like shocked when people say, well, you don't want to associate yourself with Elon. I could not really understand what they meant. But since then, I realized that there's a lot of animosity around his person, and I think that's super unnecessary, actually. There's a lot of like so there's environmental groups now protesting the Giga Berlin factory, and in Germany, and they say it's bad for the water. And actually, I haven't checked, so I don't know anything about this issue. But the fact is that if we want to save the environment, we're gonna do it through like technology. We're not gonna do it from stop making things. Like Earth Hour is a stupid idea because you should not put a light bulb out. Light bulb is like a symbol of invention. So the whole thing with like, oh, we have to save the climate, so we all have to live in darkness. That's kind of where I think that moving the grid to batteries, moving the transportation to batteries, is going to take some dirty mining of lithium. It's going to take some stuff like that. It's far better than the alternative. So anyway, some rants in today's stream. I'm just shocked to hear how misunderstood and how misrepresented Elon Musk is as a person and Tesla is as a company. So yeah. But I guess everyone wants drama and no one wants to hear the other sides. So I'm trying to actually listen to people. I watch a lot of Thunderfoot videos that debunks Elon as a fraud. So I try to like listen to both sides of the argument, and then I make up my mind. So I try to listen to both sides and then make up my mind. End of rant, because we have actually successfully gotten both gears on the marble gate, and now I can address something that people have been very interested in. I'm gonna move the camera to the machine instead, and especially to the kick drum, because we have to see if it still works. Yeah, it still works. So if we take a look on the existing snare gate, I will be able to show you what the next step for today is. So if I make this, if you look carefully, I'm going to zoom in, and then you will be able to see it. If you look carefully on the black moving thing, right here, there's a screw right there. So when I activate the gate, wait, we have the wrong sound. Sorry, I just have to fix this. Something is wrong with the snare sound. Wait. So before demonstrating this, I have to just fix the snare sound. I think it doesn't sound really right. Maybe it's something over here. Bear with me. I think it might be over here. Maybe. Wait, let's try now. Yeah, that was it. I found it. It sounds way better now. Okay, now I can move ahead with the demonstration. So where was I? Context switching, demonstrating the bane of context switching. So this is the snare gate, and it's been working great. But if you keep a close eye here, there's a screw right there. I can turn my mic off so we hear more clearly. And this screw right here is the tick and the tock now. Am I on the zoomed in? Yeah, I am on the zoomed in. So when we open the gate, you will see that the wheel go against this screw there. It doesn't go against the bottom of the escapement as planned, because this didn't really work. The wheel pushed the escapement open, and if that happens right now, this happens. Oh wait, now it worked. Wait, can I trigger? Oh, I can't trigger the fail state because we made a good design. So this screw is an afterthought, but it works so good, so I don't want to remake this part. We can, there's a lot of people submitting 3D printed new designs. It's easy to make a new design, but I just want to use what I have. And the fun thing is that this little screw gives me a little adjustability. So it makes it possible to really make it sound, function really nicely. So let's just zoom out and see if we, so that's the screw I'm going to install right now. There we go, everyone. We have a little drum kitten right here and a golden retriever right here. Okay, so that's what we achieved yesterday. And then you know why I thought it was so productive. So let's head back into the bench and let's get this screw going. Okay. Still no Hannes. Concentrate, Martin. Oh, I actually wanted to take the placement from that gate. I forgot to do that. I'm going to do that off camera. So I'm just gonna head over and look where we added the screw here. And it's... Oh, I can show that on the... Oh, we are on that camera. So I'm just gonna make a mark. Kind of representing the angle of the screw. And I'm taking the other escapement and doing the same on the other side. So people in general don't like this screw as an afterthought. And I'm trying to be a little pragmatic. If it works, it kind of works. And I have so many things that doesn't work. So I want to spend my time on the things that doesn't work first. But I do realize now why people didn't like the kinetic fingers when I started meddling with the kinetic fingers before a single marble gate was working. I kind of really respect that kind of opinion more now. I can see where people were coming from. I'm trying to be pragmatic with how I spend my time and focus to get somewhere in this project, because we're gonna get nowhere otherwise. So I will of course invest more focus in getting those cat and dog sounds, like being more pristine, maybe doing some pre-mix, maybe adding some brilliance in the top mid of the equalizer, things like that. That's the things that I want to get to. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to drill a hole straight through these and tap an M3 thread. And as I could have expected, I don't think I have the correct drill upstairs. Or what size is this? 764. I don't even know that in millimeter. Let's measure. 2.74. That's too big. So yeah, let me just run down and get my 2mm drill, and I'll be right back with you. And we're gonna clean your ears from the cat and dog with some nicer sounding music. Still no sign of Hannes, but we have our drills, so we can keep pushing forward with this assembly. I'm going to back off the ISO a little bit. There we go. Heike van Schalk, new stream, new comment. Thank you for being here, Heike. TerraFox, Martin, how is working and talking on live stream different to your normal work days? Super nice question, TerraFox. In the best of times, it helps my focus, because I kind of, and I have like, the only thing that I can distract myself with on days like this is like joking around with the cat and the puns, or like telling stories and stuff like that. That's kind of the only way for me that I can distract myself. When I'm working by myself, I have a much wider range of distractions, right? I can play some chess, I can listen to some Cal Newport, stuff like that. So one thing that happens when we live stream a workday like this is that it's constant flow the whole day. Just figuring out how to hold this while drilling. Oh, I should hold it in my hand, actually. So there's a concept in habit building called accountability partner. And it's like me and Hannes, if we want to kind of learn an exercise habit or a meditation habit, we kind of keep each other accountable. And when I'm doing these live streams, you all are my accountability partner. I'm kind of using you that way. So concentration is up, and we end the live stream and I haven't noticed the time has passed. I'm like, whoa, we started the stream 1 second ago. It's like Operation Sleep. And that is like wonderful. So that's different. It's like I have no choice but to concentrate. And also having the company of Hannes and you all is so pleasant. it just feels so much more fun for me and so much less like I don't question myself or the validity of the project as hard. It's almost like I don't have time to think about it. So I don't have time to kind of question myself in the same way. I have a very negative, I think a lot of us do, I have a very, very negative, I think maybe more than average negative self-voice, beating myself up kind of constantly. And that voice is kind of not really there during a live stream day. There's kind of no time for that voice to kind of take my attention. You just want to think that I'm doing this correctly. Yes, this looks good. That's a pre-drill. So I'm bad at giving short, concise answers. Everything turns into long, tedious rants, but that's just how I speak and think. And I would like to better that. See, there comes the negative voice that I just talked about. So accountability partners makes it easier to concentrate. It's a much more positive vibe in my studio. I don't have time for self-doubt, and I just want to show everyone that I'm making progress. And I'm having the company. It's becoming social. I get to hang out with my best friend Hannes. Also shout out to Jojo, who is also my best friend. I have two best friends. I'll always need to make an honorable mention when I call one of them my best friend. I want a 2mm drill. I don't want a 2.4. Oh, maybe it's 2.4 is okay, actually. Yeah, the 2.4 is okay. So it's social and it's fun. And I don't check my email. You know, I'm not available for any communication. I don't check my phone. I'm in the zone the whole day, automatically. So that's the positive side. So let's go also on some negatives. I'm thinking a lot about the audio. I'm thinking a lot about the cameras. And I'm thinking a lot about like the audience and trying to... Sometimes I maybe question like, is it fun to watch this and stuff like that. So I have like, if my brain is a processor, there's constant thoughts about the live stream itself. So some Sundays, since we started live stream, I've been working on my own. And then I've been really appreciating that as well, because then it's like, I can only think about, by the way, now I'm tapping the M3 thread. It's like super thin. You can see if I zoom in. So I would never have to do this like on a day when I work with myself. You can see how we're living on the edge here, but this Deburring is a great material. So when I've been doing days now, like full days by myself, when Hannes has been off and I've been building a whole day, I also noticed that I have gotten a lot of things done. So it's oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oof, that was close call. So that could be a negative, that I am actually like splitting my focus a little bit, but that is also getting better the more we stream. I think I'm getting more relaxed slowly. It's going to be less and less shenanigans and just more and more, let's get this done kind of. And we're learning how to relax on the live stream. That will come with experience. So yeah, that's a long answer for you. But the biggest part of this is that I've spent so much. I spent maybe half of my time thinking and working on the videos. So since I started the project, I think half of my cognition, half of my resource in time, 50% or more, have been constantly spent on the videos. And I feel that the live streaming is, even though I'm splitting my focus a little bit, it's not coming close to those numbers, which means that it is freeing up time for me to actually progress the actual Marble Machine X. So for that, I'm super, super happy and having so much fun with my absent friend Hannes 2000 and with the chat. So thanks for that thoughtful question. And that was a rant. You get long rants from me apparently when I'm thinking and working. Anna Campbell, I love your videos. Thank you so much, Anna. I love them too. I love making them. I love polishing something so it becomes like a magic trick. I just needed to choose like between, do I build a machine that works or do I make more videos? And I wish I could do both at the same time. Turns out I actually can't. So, but produced videos is going to return when my schedule is correct for it. And if I manage to maybe get more people on the team, which is also really hard to manage other people and stuff. I'm very bad at that. I think I'm not good with people at all. Actually, I probably appear to be good with people on the streams and stuff, but in real life, I'm so introvert and I don't know how to be around people. So building a big team around me is something that I'm not good at. I'm better like with marbles than with people, I guess. Did I hear a sound?
A beautiful sound, I might add.
Did I hear a beautiful sound of my friend Hannes? Someone just asked how these days are different than a day without streaming, and I think I answered with a 20-minute rant. But one of the things I said was that it's so social and fun to hang out with you, Hannes, and with the chat. That it has added like a social aspect to it that I don't have otherwise, which is fantastic.
Yay!
Yay!
And I love this as well. We're the two best friends that anyone can have. Two best friends that anyone could have.
It is so much fun. And I don't know if you heard, but I'm also figured out, and something I didn't tell you. Mm-hmm. When we're streaming, Hannes, I don't have time to listen to my negative self voice. Like there's no like I don't have time to listen to that person in my brain saying that I suck at everything I'm trying, you know? And that is such a relief. And maybe it's like escaping. Maybe I should like learn to get rid of that voice without like using others to blur it out. But regardless.
We're good for each other that way, at least.
Yeah, constant pep talk, constant just constant like we're like yes men to each other, isn't that what it's called?
Yes.
We're
man.
Like So I've been explaining to people about this screw that I'm adding right now and how this was because of the, and now I think I can show it even better. Can we go to the zoomed in machine cam?
I wouldn't, there's nothing I'd rather do than go to that one. There we go.
Welcome back, by the way. How was your lunch?
It was really, really great. Really great.
So here's the issue. When the marbles turn the wheel, this is the pressure here. Here, it wants to push this open. It wants to slide this open. Up here, it doesn't. I can push and it just becomes further. A lot of people have thought that I don't know how to design an escapement. The problem is even worse. I knew how to design it and I disregarded the knowledge and chose to make like another method. So this was a deliberate choice. It was not a mistake, but making the choice was a mistake. So sometimes when I get corrected on this, people lecture me on escapements and I get a little snowflakey around that, as you can hear. But I did a mistake, and if I need to be lectured, it's actually for a larger mistake that I did. And it's the mistake that I prioritized. I wanted to make everything really tight and small, and I prioritized looks over functionality, and that was the mistake.
Go.
So this point down here that used to stop the gear is now moved to up here. And now when the screw is interacting like this, it stops it perfectly.
Nathan Anderson, introverts unite separately.
Perfect. That's brilliant. That's like in Holy Grail. We're all individuals. I'm not.
Yes. I have something here from Discord, Martin, a suggestion.
Brilliant.
Lund brought it. Let's see. Can we remind Martin to add a thin nylon washer between the lock ring and the brass wheel to reduce the marring/groove that it cut in the other gates?
Between the
lock ring and the brass wheel.
Here. There's no place for that. Is there a groove?
I think there was some tear or groove or something a couple of videos ago, if I remember correctly.
Do you think he means on the circlet clip?
Oh, let's see if they will clarify.
Or am
when
I
they hear this.
mistaking which part we're talking about?
Let's see. He's typing right now. Let's see what comes up here.
I need to shim.
Yes, on that face.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, they're shouting here. Yes.
Okay, nice. There is no space. It's super tight there. So it's I need that slack, so can't add anything there.
Okay. There we go.
There we go. Now I'm shimming this. We need Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, he's back. Jimi Hendrix just entered the chat.
Jimi Hendrix. I talked a lot about context switching, like how you shouldn't do it, and then I'm demonstrating it. I should have like the Jimi Hendrix machine every time it's time. Wait, if I just put my guitar over here. Oh, camera.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, camera.
Oh, sorry everyone. So I can just have it, and every time it's time, I can just do. Wait. And then you know it's time for Jimi Hendrix.
Yes.
So it's the. We can just sample that and put it on the kick drum.
Yeah, people are applauding my catch of the camera here in the stream. I love that. Nice catch, Hannes.
Brilliant.
My drum kit saved everything.
The first time I saw Jimi Hendrix burning the guitar at Monterey Pop Festival, I decided to start to play music. Yeah, Jimmy. What a fantastic musician. So I'm shimming. I can't shim more. So let's call this a day. Before I add the circlet clip, I want to do this here. So let's turn this over you can see we are getting there. I think we can actually drop our first marbles. Let's do that.
Ooh. Here we go, everyone. Things is getting interesting now. Let's see.
Do we have... yeah. We need more weight. Sometimes one single marble can't do it. Am I in frame? Yeah.
Yes, perfectly framed.
Oh, it needs to get started. There we go. It just works.
Yee-hoo!
Oh, Hannes 2000 has recharged his batteries. I hear it all the way. We had some nice moments when you were gone, Hannes, despite that we were all crying from longing for Hannes 2000. I showed the audience how the cricket sounds outside my house.
Oh!
And yeah, that was kind of the highlight.
I'm so sad I missed it.
Yeah,
I should have kept it on during my lunch break.
Maybe later I can show it to you again.
Yay!
I'm slacking here. I'm using M5 washers because I don't find my M4 washers.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. I don't know.
Love it. Love it. Oh, the screw. Here it is. So also we have heard that a lot of people are longing for condensed versions of the live streams. We totally understand that, and Hannes have now from yesterday taken on that project for the summer. So there will be, if you see other people asking for this, you can say there will be summarizations, condensed versions to kind of show what has been going on in these live streams. We don't know how many videos we will make of it, a couple like with nice storylines, and it will happen. So if you see other people asking for it, you can just tell them that it will come eventually. Some nice summarizations.
My little summer project. Whoop, 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 whoop,
Whoop, whoop. That's going to be awesome. So I'm just gonna file the threads of this screw ever so lightly so it doesn't grind on the brass wheel teeth so much.
Here we go. Eaton G911. Summarizations. There we have it.
Oh,
Brilliant pun. 10 out of 10.
It's actually changed to the pun angle for that one. I thought that was.
Let's go to the most important one.
I can't see from behind. It's. Yeah. I do think with the live stream efficiency is that the fun it gives me and the laughs it gives me and the feeling of company and the feeling of purpose it gives me, I think it's, even though it might appear like we're fooling around a lot, it gives me so much joy and it makes me love my days. And I think that will then reflect itself back into progress on the machine. So having fun on the way is something I'm not being so good at always. Hannes is so much better on that than me. And every time I'm with Hannes, I'm like, start to look at that part of life again, kind of. So I'm feeling a little bit guilty from like playing so many pan drums. And then I'm realized, no, it's exactly what I need right now. Look at this. We're getting there.
Getting there. A lot of people are saying that you should put shrink tubing on the screw instead of filing.
Oh, shrink tubing on the screw. That's fun because I never tried that, because I tried silicone tube and I tried silicone, real silicone, and I never tried the tubing. So let's try. Good idea.
Yeah, I read it from Casper on Discord and also Vinicius RL, I think. And I've seen it in the YouTube chat as well. So shout out for giving him that idea.
So that's another part of these live streams that we have gotten. Like yesterday, I had this problem with the CYBERGATE, and then Lund and one more person on Discord suggested another kind of fix. It was much simpler. So I'm actually getting like this idea. For some reason, I didn't think of myself. And now I'm getting this idea from the chat, and it might be helping me. So I received some really important real comments as well during the live streams. And I always get a lot of feedback, and when we make videos, the feedback reach me kind of 3 weeks too late. Whereas in the live stream, it reaches me exactly when I can make use of it. So I'm going to try to cut something very, very, very short and see if this will work.
Rob Leak on Discord says, please tell Martin, in every serious engineering comment and department I've worked in, we've always have jokes, silly jokes, many puns, etc. It helps us focus so much better in our getting things done modes.
Nice comment. That's nice to hear. That's awesome. I love how dry we are discussing it. Also, jokes can be very efficient for us engineers.
Jokes are fun.
Look at this angle, everyone. Look at my clean work environment, and you can see here is the little heat shrink. Let's try it out. I'm gonna hold it in place. That looks cool. So wait. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. There. So it's a really great suggestion, actually.
Victor Orstadius von Sati. Hey now, humor is no laughing matter.
Okay, everyone, I feel we're starting to get in sync here with the puns or the jokes. Love it. So, you know what? Good suggestion. Bad execution. I should have pushed it. I was looking at the wrong side. Oh, I can just... There we go. Oof, that's perfect. I'm gonna try it on. Sometimes you get surprises, and and there might be a reason why this is bad in context. But for now, my hat is off to you. We are going to use your suggestion.
Woohoo!
I'm going to do it also on the other side. Jokes are fun.
And we are funny guys, aren't we? Oh, yes.
Oh, how we have fallen from our heights of produced videos.
No. We have simply elevated, Martin.
To a higher dimension. Okay. That looks so pro. Let's get this really close. This one, I executed this one better. Sorry for the darkness there. Let's see, can we get that?
Steve Grant, we need live cricket sounds for bad puns.
Oh, that's so fun. Oh, okay, Anna, so, okay, that is such a good idea. So,
we will prepare that for another stream.
Are you crazy? We have to do it right now, of course. First of all, this is the cricket sound.
Ow.
Did you hear it?
Yes.
So we could tap live crickets, but okay, we'll keep on with the marble gates right now. Good idea. Great idea.
Sorry for calling you out, but here we go.
Great idea. So now I need to make the M3 rod that goes in the front right here.
You've lost your focus a little bit. There we go.
You're on fire, Honest 2000. Okay. When the stream started, this part did not exist, so this is the progress so far. I wanted to give a shout out, actually, to RHDF from Discord, from DMT Machine, because RHDF has machined these parts. So shout out to DMT Machine, dmtmachine.se, and RHDF is a machinist there, and perhaps, Hannes, we can post his YouTube video in the description. Or do we have a file of the 5-axis machine he used for this? Do we have that file easily accessible? Anyway, he made these.
Too long to play here.
Okay, it's too long to play here. We're gonna talk more about these parts later, but these are the Apple-looking aluminium parts that goes on the backside of the gate. So just a huge shout out to RHDF for this excellent machining of a 5-axis machine. And this part goes here on the backside like this. And I also got design input from RHDF. It was very valuable. We're clamping here with a screw on the PMMA pipes, and this has turned out to work great. And it has some interesting marble paths in it. As you can see, it's not exactly round. So everything about this part is just screaming professionality. And it was quite a costly part, but it looks thereafter. So now, then, if you were here earlier, we tapped some threads. Now we can just add these 2 screws here. And tiny little joy. Designers out there will understand. A tiny little joy with this design is that the top screw of this design that goes in here is the same screw that goes there. So I just think like if you open kind of a furniture package from like IKEA or something, you don't see like 5 different kinds of screws. They use like the same type of screw everywhere in the design. And this is sign of me growing as a designer. Because just because I have all the screws in the world doesn't mean that you should use like 1 screw here, 1 screw here, and a 3rd type of screw there. I love the fact that we're using the same screw everywhere on this design. It's like M4 20 millimeters hex head. So there we go. That part is on, looking swell. Hannes, I need to go and get an M3 threaded rod and cut that to length. So I'm going to leave the fort in your steady hands for a little short time here.
Okay. Well,
55 millimeters.
let's do a little recap of what we're doing here on these live streams. This is the road to 80,000. And with that, we're talking about the 80,000 marble test on the Marble Machine X, where the machine will play 80,000 marbles, hopefully with no marbles on the floor. And the last couple of streams, Martin has been focusing on the CYBERGATEs, getting it attached to the machine. It's now attached and it's working mechanically kind of perfect. So now the machine plays bass. And the other day we did a 60,000 marble test, and the bass performed, like I said, quite brilliant. And although we had some marbles on the floor, those issues are being taken care of. Martin has already fixed a lot of them. And right now we are focusing on this list here. And we are at step 6. We're still assembling the kick drum marble gate. And this is needed on the machine so it can drop marbles onto the kick drum. And this means we will then add yet another instrument to the marble machine, the kick drum. So then we will have kick drum, snare drum, hi-hat, and bass. And when all this is done in the list, it will be the 80,000 marble test. So finally, we have a complete drummer on the marble machine that can accompany Martin while he's doing his bass solos. So let's clean our ears a little bit with some music and montage until Martin comes back here. I'm going to post the link to the video Martin mentioned from our RHDF, who made the beautiful, beautiful parts Martin discussed. I will post it in the chat and in the description so you can check it out. It's really cool. So there you have it, folks. That's what this channel is all about. Right now we're focusing on completing the Marble Machine X. And that's what we're doing right here. Today we're assembling the kick drum, Marble Gate. And some people are still wondering, who am I? What am I doing there in the room? My name is Hannes2000. I help edit videos here on the Wintergatan YouTube channel. And right now I'm here as Martin's moral support and as your support in the chat as I read through the chats. And if I find some questions, I will relay them to Martin and hopefully we'll get some answers. So if you have questions, post them. I will try to find them. So just post your questions. Let's see where that gets us. Tom Salmon, will this machine not go on tour? This is something Martin has talked a lot about. This current machine that we see in the room here, that is not the one that will go on tour. This is the, I guess you could say the proof of concept machine. This is the machine that will record the music, but it's way too complicated to take on tour. That's why the CAD team, the amazing CAD team, is working on a more redefined version, I guess, that can be manufactured and assembled more efficient. Like this is a major prototype. But this is the one that Martin will play the music on. And that's the line of thought, I think, at least. So let's see. Is Martin arriving anywhere? Are we still all alone in this big studio? Let's switch around and see. Well, he's nowhere to be seen. He's nowhere to be seen. And if we switch to the weather report, you all know that the weather will be perfectly consistent as always. I also have some live footage from the starry sky in France as well. Let's take a look at that. That's soothing, isn't it? No? Where did Martin go? I didn't listen to him when he talked to me. I have no idea. Well, he will probably be back soon. Rexor. Hey, Hannes, I don't think you were here at the time, but last stream, Martin knocked a bunch of washers into the MMX. I had to go, so I'm not sure if it was ever relayed to him. If I remember correctly, yes, he took care of those washers late in the stream yesterday. So there's no washers in the machine tumbling around there now. He fixed it. He found them. But good to ask that question again. I will ask him when he returns. When he returns. If he returns, no one knows. So we're still kicking it here on the road towards 80,000 marble tests. Red Triangle 53, he went to cut a rod or something or another, etc. and so forth. Great comment. Andre Lorenko, Starry Sky also live. Of course, everything is live. Live time lapses. Of course, it's magic. Jeff Matson, Martin recently showed the old machine. It's back with him outside in his shed. And yes, that's correct. It stands outside in the shed. Are you keeping hydrated, Hannes? Yes, I am. But just to prove to you, I'm gonna take a sip right now. No need to worry. Hannes 2000 is hydrated. And speaking of hydrated, there it comes with a new fresh glass of, I think that's water. I don't know. There's a lot of iron in it. I learned today. How did it go, Martin? We can't hear you. Oh, battery issues.
Actually, I actually had it off temporarily. Took some time. I got some refreshments. Meanwhile, I was downstairs. We have our M3 rod prepared, and I have Pamplemousse Blanc.
Pamplemousse Blanc.
Yep.
There we go. Perfect. I just showed everyone the weather as usual and also the live starry sky that we have set up outside. So, yeah.
That's brilliant. Oh, I feel refreshed, revigorized, ready to take on the ending of this marble gate. It's really, really close now. This is the missing part. And then the gate is done. That won't actually... Oh, the spring as well. So, cheers everyone for the marble gate. Let's get this done. Thanks for holding the fort, Hannes.
I'm doing my best. It's getting harder and harder. I don't know how long I can keep up with the weather report. People are onto me, I think.
Yeah, okay. Oh, something went wrong there. I'm just drilling open the heat shrink from before. There we go. And if you saw that video, I figured out that I could have... it's easier to show here, actually. I figured out that I could add lock nuts. I can take my glasses off. Here in the middle. Right there. So before I was using like a bolt, and now I'm using a threaded rod, which is better for this purpose. Okay. So let's see in which order we can do all this. So we're gonna use this. I think these needs to be in place, or do they? Can I put them on afterwards? I have to think about. If they need to be in place, that makes everything. I think I'm gonna put them on with violence. No, that's also not good. So I remember I was struggling with the order of this on the last one. If I leave them off now, I kind of have to force them on later, but that's actually probably okay. Yeah, I'm gonna force them on later. Let's solve it with violence, Hannes.
Yes! Way too excited for that. Sorry.
Well, no, it was absolutely spot on. When I called Hannes this morning, he looked like a Viking just home from some nice trip down to Europe. He looked like he just conquered the world, and I can still hear it in you now. But I guess Vikings were not so nice, so maybe you're probably too much of a nice.
I could be the nice Viking.
Oh. There's always a place for a nice Viking. So here comes the point. Now I can add a lock nut in the middle. So these are the small little things that makes a design stable in all crazy situations.
Andrei Lorenko, Hannes the Nice Viking 2000. Yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
Abe Agito, Viking is better. Okay, yes, that's true. Viking better than Viking.
Okay, that was a clear quality pun right there. A lot of people were like saying that this gate is going to be too much work to assemble, and I mean, I can't lie, it's not a quick assembly, and I have to make 15 of these. So that's kind of where I'm super naive, and I'm like, oh yeah, we can get them together, no problem. But it's kind of a day each. That's like just how it goes. But as I said, I think I can make it more efficient if I make them all at the same time. But still. So, in that sense, Pac-Man gates are pretty superior. By the way, maybe I can show a little trick here in the close-up cam. When you want to use, when you have a threaded rod and you want to spin it with a tool and you don't have a way to grip it, I just add 2 lock nuts here, and then the threaded rod becomes a bolt. So you can use this to spin the rod, the second nut. Little bit of a trick. Okay, come on, Martin. Here we go. We have the 2 nuts in the middle. That's nice. Now you can see how the rod is starting to become locked into place. I'm missing my thin plier. I'm going to try to do with this one. Guess a little bit longer. So yeah, the plan, everyone, is to play the next marble test with kick drum, snare drum, Hihat machine, cyber bass, which would mean that we're using all the instruments on the machine except for cymbal and vibraphone. And as I said previously, if I can reach that goal, I would feel that officially the machine is more functional than ever. It is true that I played the theme from the Amelie movie on the vibraphone of the machine, but there was a lot of shenanigans going on as well. We had it wasn't like repeatedly playing super beautiful tight music. It was shenanigans to get that going. Like, I think I took a lot of takes and it was not fun, and was kind of during that experience that I realized that the gates were not good enough. So even though we made the machine look good in some videos, it wasn't like a deception. It was more like how good can we show the machine when it's at its best. And what you're seeing in these streams is the machine. By the end of the stream, I'm going to play the bass line again. And what you see in the streams is the machine how it is at its worst, basically. So we are opening up now. There's no fourth wall. There's no hidden secrets. We're just opening up, showing you exactly how this process is.
Yeah. It has not been a one-take wonder so far. The MMX.
No.
We needed a couple of takes to get there.
Yep. So now I think the idea here is pretty clear, that thanks to these two lock nuts locked in the middle here, this axle can't move. And this axle is the pivoting point for these. They glide on that. And I have a super nice part. We edited that part out of the video. I'm gonna go get it. I ordered nylon washers, or spacers, I mean. So if you saw the first video, I was using Jimi Hendrix washer stack. But that was just because I was waiting for these. So this is me growing again as a designer to actually use a spacer where I should. So these are just plastic black nylon spacers, and they go on like that. I think that looks so professional, doesn't it?
That's a thing of beauty.
It looks clean, and it kind of takes up the black plastic from the escapement. So this is, if I can focus, this is the beautiful nylon washers. And most often when I'm not using the correct part, it's because I didn't have time to like find it online, wait for it to arrive, order it, get the package, open the package, all that procurement. I'm super bad at that. But for this part, I made an effort and had some help with ordering it, so I could actually change to a more professional looking part. But how do we get this thing on? If I take this off, perhaps there's a way. Ooh. No. Wait. Maybe I have to take this off. Well, let's do that anyway, and then I can do clean washers. So I should probably clean up around me. Maybe that would be more impressive.
Speaking of impressive, though, these are the new beautiful YouTube members and Patreons who have joined this beautiful Wintergatan community. Let's see.
Awesome.
We have... Oh, sorry. We have Rebecca Silense, Olaf Schar, Stefan Schering, Tore Sandback, Stein Rombaut, Andrei Shah, ZS, William Fitzay, Lucas Pannan, Lexi, Matt Omon, Turbosport, Michael Kepler, and Nicholas Neighbors. Thank you so very much for joining and supporting this wonderful adventure that it's the Marble Machine X.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. That means so much to hear that there's more and more people who care about this stupid project. I always put the little stupid in there. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe it's not stupid at all. Maybe it's fantastic.
Yes, it's amazing.
Maybe it's just... But anyway, not take... Oh, what just happened? Okay. Not taking a single one of you for granted. It's like... I'm actually very, very happy and surprised for every single of you who actually choose to actively support this project. So, yeah, can't say thanks enough. It's amazing. And also, Hannes, you're so good at reading names.
Oh, I do my best. I'm sorry if I'm butchering any pronunciation or so.
No, you're not.
Thank you. I get worried. I don't want to piss someone off.
Do you rehearse pre-stream?
No.
No, see.
I don't have time for that. Names keeps popping up here.
You're natural then.
Woo!
So I've locked one of the pushers in place. Just holding the shaft and tightening this. I want the pusher to have a little bit of sideways play, but not really a lot. So here we go. Here's the principle. It's now locked and loaded.
Yes. Yes. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there.
Definitely. Let's see. Can I still hear you, Johannes?
Can you hear me?
Yep. I had extra loud volume in the room today, but people are hearing you through the Zoom, so I'm not lowering your beautiful voice just for me.
Stylus floor. I got to see the original marble machine in Speelklok Museum in Utrecht. I want to apologize for touching it when I was not allowed to. Ooh, rebel.
Wow. I'm happy you did. It needed some love. Funny. Then I don't know if you were there for the demo, so we met, or were you there maybe when the machine was an exhibition by itself, perhaps?
Precision cutting with scissors.
Yep. Yes. I think it would be super fun to play like a concert on Lucas Wendel's Siegfried's Musikkabinett, the museum in Germany, and or the Speelklok Museum in Utrecht. Like to play like a concert with the Marble Machine X once on the tour in one of these museums. We could kind of make it like a smaller event, and then you could also like include like a tour of the museum. I think that would be super fun.
And of course, live stream it. Anna 2000 will be on a Segway just rolling around, live streaming everything.
With a fake iPad frame around your face. I never went to a Harry Potter masquerade, but I have a lot of ideas for costumes. You want to hear?
Yes, right now.
No, so the first idea is not mine. That's of course to build a giant picture frame and walk around as one of the living pictures on the walls. Is of course super fun. But my whole shtick would be, because you're often drinking at parties, so I would have like I would prepare like a green drink, and it would be in this chemistry thing. So it would of course be polyjuice potion. So I can look like someone, but I'm actually someone else, right? Because I'm of course drinking polyjuice potion. So I'm
Harry Potter Inception. I love it.
It's super meta because we're already on a masquerade, right? So I think it will just blow people's minds. It has probably been done on every Harry Potter masquerade that has ever happened. I think maybe people are only drinking polyjuice potion, so it's probably not the most original idea, but hey, it's an idea, right?
Yeah. I fully support it.
You like it?
Yes.
That makes me happy. Okay, I'm getting there. I'm now going to reattach the pushers. Oh, wait. I totally forgot. I have a washer to add to this side. So how's life in Sweden nowadays, Hannes? I'm coming to visit soon. So what can I be prepared of?
I mean, in my little bubble here, everything is as usual, Martin. So if you come visit me, nothing has changed over here.
Love it.
We can have movie nights in my cinema here. Have a nice time. We can go out tenting, you know?
Yes.
That old verb.
Would love to do some tenting.
No, I mean, people are optimistic in Sweden now.
Ah,
And I got my vaccination booked. So, yeah. Things are looking better now. People are, you know, it's summer. Swedes go crazy as soon as it's good weather. So people are like 200% more happy right now.
yeah. This is perhaps a little bit hard for people to understand who lives closer to the equator. But for people living in the north, it's probably the same for people everywhere living in the north. The winter is so dark, like literally and figuratively speaking. So when the light comes back, and the thing with summer in the north is that the sun doesn't set in the night. So the summer nights are, you have this, yeah, I get goosebumps now thinking about them. It's just, it feels like you're in a fairy tale movie, kind of, in the summer nights. It's something special with the light. So people are kind of coming out like animals who didn't see the sun for like half a year, and it creates this special atmosphere.
Here you have Enigmas 2, I think it is. Scandinavian summer, the nicest day of the year. That summarizes everything.
Yeah, it's true. And like down here, the weather is very stable, as you have seen.
Yes, very consistent.
Yeah, the weather is extremely consistent down here. But in Sweden, it can be like a super nice day and not a cloud in the sky. And 1 hour later, you're running for protection from the storm. So it's kind of, even when it's nice, it's not often very stable for a super long period. And then sometimes we get 3 weeks of blasting heat, of course.
Mm.
Happy to hear people are optimistic. Speaking about optimistic, I feel optimistic about this marble gate. I think the inside of this gate looks like more engineering than almost anything I've ever made. Right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So we have this pusher and this pusher. Let's make another marble test. I can just put the camera back. So, wow, we have only one step left, and that's to attach the springs, and then we're done, actually. After that, I'm going to play live the Cyberbase on the Marble Machine X. So it's going to be a little bit of a jam session on the Marble Machine after this, as a little palette cleanser. But before, I have to finish my job. You know what, this feels, maybe it's just because it's new, but it feels cleaner than ever. Oh, silicone tube here, springs. 2 springs, 1 silicone tube, that's what remains.
Yes.
So, push in, push out. Clean. Okay, no, so now it's hesitating. It's because oh no, it's on that thing. Clean.
Marbles, yes.
It works perfect, Hannes. I love this design. I think this design is great.
High five. Yes.
Silicone tube here. I'm gonna look at the other ones. Oh, it's a big silicone tube. Let me run and get it. Jam session getting closer now. I can feel it.
Oh, yes. And if we're lucky, we could perhaps hear a cat or two later in the stream. One can only hope.
There is a high chance, actually. I can feel it too.
Place your bets.
Talking about praising mounds. Oh, is this the wrong tube? Sorry, wrong tube. Talking about praising my own. Sorry, wrong tube. That's it. Here we go. So another like darling that I never stop talking about is to hold things mechanically. So if I can zoom into this, like these tabs here on the front is holding this tube mechanically. So there's no glue, nothing. And I think that is also a really, really good design idea. To not kind of like make a design, we're gonna glue stuff in place. Instead, we just make them stick by themselves. So I just push it in there. And sorry for obstructing the camera. Look at that. Just slide into position.
Yes. Yes. Woo!
Thank you, Hannes. There you have it. Okay, 2 parts to go. Oh no, there's always something extra. Circlet clip on the backside. And Jimi Hendrix washers. It's always something else. Let's start with this circlet clip. It's a 5mm circlet clip from Ace Crystal. No, it's a 4mm. What I'm talking about here.
And for those who just joined in on this stream, this is the road towards 80,000 marbles being played by the Marble Machine X. Right now, Martin is assembling the kick drum marble gate, which will allow the Marble Machine X to play glorious kick drum. So then we will have kick drum, snare drum, hi-hat machine, and bass playing at the same time. And if we wish really hard, perhaps Martin Molin will do a nice bass solo while we're at it. So there's where we're at, people. If we look at the schedule, you can see that we're on step number 6 here. Soon we will be ready to install the kick marble gate. This is exciting times. As always, you're watching history in the making. Let's head back. Let's head back to our favorite maker in the whole world, Martin Molin. As he seems, he can't stay focused. There we go.
That's right, everyone. 80,000 marbles will be played on this machine. Sooner or later it's going to happen. But first, we need some shimmy washers.
Yes.
Okay, Hannes, let's do this. Oh, I locked this one in place and forgot about my shimmy washers. So sorry for that. I have to take this apart temporarily.
People are already worried here. Ben W, please turn off the cats when you run 80,000 marbles. Then we're gonna add more cats, you know. Ask and you shall receive, Ben.
Yeah, I'm going to oh. Shall we maybe have a cat during part of the test? What do you think, Hannes?
We need to please everyone with this. Which means there will be some cat, but not all cat, okay?
I think it's a good call. Maybe also for the like, maybe the cat won't age so well. Maybe it's fun like during, like if someone in 200 years go back and how did the 80,000 marble test go actually? And they're like only hearing the cat and like, okay, never mind. Maybe they don't want to. So
and perhaps it's only fun when we have been streaming for 5 hours and we're getting a little tired. You never know. Or simply it's just genius.
Yeah, the inside jokes are never translating to a wider audience, and that's actually not so strange. So the reason I love the cat is because it's communicating clearly, that I don't have to take responsibility for that particular. I'm such a perfectionist, and I want to communicate to everyone that the snare drum sound has not been really set. So then I rather have a cat to show the function than the actual ending up snare drum sound. But this is also a little bit uncertainty, so maybe it's better to just like make us a good snare drum sound as possible that day and just stand by it and not like hide behind the cat.
But I think Gary Lee Fowler has a great idea here. Play 80,000 cats and 1 marble. Rastelli, just please don't take the cat on tour.
Now?
The cat will open for Wintergatan on tour. You all know it.
Now everything is on except the springs. So ooh, I have bad news.
No.
Yeah, one of my threads went wrong. We still have one, but something went wrong with that one. I'll deal with that issue later. I know how to solve it. But that was annoying. Maybe just a longer bolt. Let me try with a longer bolt. So this is how it is, everyone. You win some, you lose some, and you retrace and you go back. And I probably do it more than most because I'm learning this while I'm doing it. But yeah. If I don't fix it now, it's going to be here. Is the wrong size. Here's a longer bolt. Let's just... Oh, we do have grip. No. Okay. Screwed that thread up. I do not like these tap kits. Okay, long story short. I'm gonna leave it on for now and I'm gonna go to the springs. Okay, I need to run downstairs to get to springs. Hannes, hold the fort.
Okay, people. You know what time it is. It's time for a recap. Once again, your favorite segment of these live streams. And as I've been talking on and on about, this is the road to 80,000 marbles being dropped on the Marble Machine X. And right now, Martin has assembled the kick drum marble gate. He just now ran into some problems with a thread before we can get on with the installation of the marble gate itself. But once it's on the machine can drop marbles onto the kick drum and we can have kick drum, snare drum, hi-hat machine, and the cyberbase, of course. And then we're starting to get ready to do the 80,000 marble test with hopefully 0 marbles on the floor. So yes, that's what we're doing on this live stream right here. And as always, let's have some beautiful image to look at. Look at that. Remember when there were live concerts? I remember that guy, Hannes 2000. Wow, that was a glorious day. As you can see, this channel is more than just live streaming. It's also about making awesome music. This is one part of the long journey that is Wintergatan. You all started to love them with the first machine. This is the Marble Machine X. This is the better one. This is the one that will blow everyone's mind. Am I overhyping it? No, I cannot hype it enough. I hear someone chuckling in the background.
Captain,
I guess Martin is back.
Captain Context entered the chat. I love when you do recaps and you end them with a hype train. That's like recap followed by hype train. How could I ask for a better host for these live streams? We have some springs. It's springtime in the studio. Let's check the stiffness of the springs. I have some versions to choose from. Perhaps this one is nice. Oh, I'm soon done. It is quite hard to assemble these gates, I can tell you. I always forget. There we go. Am I in frame?
Just focus a bit and then we're golden.
Right, I'm gonna do
Let's have
this.
a closer look at that. There we go.
This is better. I love this mechanism. I think it's so fun.
Thing of true beauty.
Want to try to use the same kind of spring on both sides. That's not it. Let's go with this one. So I think we should do, to be sure, I should rig this up in the vise and then run some PMMA pipes and add a few marbles with some pressure and then do a real test that will kind of tell us if we have succeeded with this assembly. So now we have 2 springs on. This one is pretty intense. There we go. I just adjusted it a little bit. And we're done. But let's not celebrate too early. Biker style. Let's actually check this in a vise. So I think I could find a nice angle if I go around here.
Lund is saying on Discord, the washer is misplaced on one of the spring bolts. In parentheses, no washer between the POM and hidden lever.
Super Eagle Island. I didn't see it. You're absolutely right. I should fix that. So, talking about celebrating too early.
But this way we get to celebrate at least.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Those are the dreams hopium are made of. So let me move that washer. Thanks, Lund, for seeing it. So washer, then comes spring, then comes spring, then comes washer, then comes hidden lever, then comes washer, then comes POM part. Okay, mistake has been fixed. So, shout out to Lund, this very, very nice active Discord member coming with a lot of suggestions. There we go. Let me get 2 PMMA pipes. Just gonna get them from my used box here. The old pipes always reminds me of antlers. We have 1. And we have 2. Hold this a little bit better. So how can I hold this without hurting it? Ah. Moment of truth. You can stay on this angle, Hannes, and I just do this.
Yeah.
And we have a nice framing. So, one thing that never happens really in the machine is a gate filling up from empty. So that's why I'm helping the gate here. I don't want me whacking marbles in to kind of push the marbles into the gate super hard, because that never actually happens on the machine. So I'm just helping the gate a little bit along here. And what went wrong the first time I tested the escapement gate and I stretched my hands up into the air in the video like it was total success, is that I didn't calculate with that I have so much more force in my finger, in my hand, than the marble machine actually had. That was why it was like a huge success and then not a success. So here we go.
Here we go, everyone.
Will it work? Has the marble found their spot? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that got stuck here. So I don't feel... Yeah, so this is okay. This is one slight little issue. The issue is with the positive stop on the backside here. It's not stopping the escapement from sliding on the brass wheel. I can show you from the other camera angle. So super well, it functions super well, but I'm going to show you the issue on the back side.
Yes.
To show you the slight little resistance that we had there that we don't want.
I just want to send a nice comment your way here, Martin, from Captain Jack. The video and sound quality on these live streams is higher than most YouTube trending content. That's what we want to hear. Thank you very much.
That's a very nice comment. Thank you. Thank you. And we have only gotten started. I'm super interested in audio and image quality, and I would like to spend my whole day just tweaking that. We have to sometimes just build. So I'm very happy to hear that feedback. We also want to build onto this and take it further if we can.
Wow. Headache cam. Let's
Oh.
change over to this one for
Sorry.
a moment.
Headache cam. I'm sorry. I should warn you maybe. I know in NASA space flights live streams, they are like never on a camera that is moving. They are very professional like that.
Yes. We're good also. We're getting there.
We're getting there. Talking about getting there, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it beautifully.
Yeah, we don't have so much bouquet effect in the streams, but this looks always cool when you have something, when you have a little depth in the image. That was not what I wanted to show though. So, can we go to the zoom in?
Oh, yes, we can.
Perfect. Up here, there's a stop. So if you see it really closely, it's this little triangle right there. If I put a file in here between the tube and the stop, it will be clamped by that stop. This stop should determine how far in this part can go. And what we want to avoid is that we want the tip of this escapement to never touch this rim. Because what happened in the marble test is that the stop is not stopping it fast enough, so the tip comes and kind of adds friction to the wheel. I'm gonna show you with marbles. Oh, sorry for that. So, if I just there, if you could see it, the gear hesitated. The teeth didn't immediately go there. It hesitated before. I'm gonna try to over exaggerate this. If I can stop this from turning like this. Now I'm holding the gear with pressuring this in. And you can see now, it has stuck now. And actually, it will sort itself out the next time the machine plays. Well, but it actually didn't. So, here, it did it again. So it is important that this doesn't lock. If I press a little bit, you can see the wheel acting normal. If I don't allow this tip to bottom out at the ring of the gear. So I have two ways to fix this. I can either shim this stop here with a welding wire inside the silicone tube. I did that on the first gate, or I can file this point away. Let's go the more serious route first with a little shim, because I think that's more elegant. That shows my initial idea with the design. I'm just taking a welding wire and I'm going to cut it at an angle. Oh, it's already cut at an angle. So we can kind of get it under the skin of the... Can I even cut this? I need a stronger cutter. Where are we? Hannes, have you seen my strong cutter?
No, sadly, no.
Ah,
I haven't stolen it.
okay. Well, that's good. This is kind of... This doesn't cut it.
Badumch.
Oh, I heard my skeleton crack in my back. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
So my point is I'm going to try to... Oh, this is way too much, maybe. How did I do it on the other one? Yeah, I did it without the gear in place. Come on. I can also, like, the stupid fix would be to file this, because this tip is not in use longer, because we're using this instead. So I could file this away, but I wanted to show you this first. So I have my little welding wire there, and I'm gonna sand a point. I'm gonna make it sharp. Like an arrow. Kind of like that. Now we have to get this in under... I don't know if I can do... Oh, from... Sorry about... Oh. Sorry about the beautiful camera angle. I want to stick it in right there. Let me try. Bear with me, I'm going to sacrifice the camera angle to get this done a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So we can kind of get somewhere. So I'm penetrating the silicone tube. I'm trying to get this little welding thing inside the silicone tube. I don't have a lot of space. Okay. This worked last time, but I think I took away the wheel then, so I had free access.
Oh.
Let's grind the tooth off.
Let's just do it.
So
Dentist all the way, baby.
So you knew, now you know that you knew the idea. Now let's just take the easy way out.
Yeah, let's do it.
Maybe I can rig the nice angle again here.
Let's try. Here we go.
this tip is not functional anymore. And I just need to take away as much so it doesn't touch anymore. So let's see how it looks now. It is still touching.
I'll be right back, Martin. I need to go for a quickie here.
Yep.
BRB.
It's touching less now. So I'm going to go to the room cam and just finish this. So welcome to all new viewers. We are today assembled a full kick marble gate. I'm doing the last little touches up. I have an issue with some interference that I don't want. Good news is that I can just file away the interfering part. There's almost not interfering anymore at all. I'm just going to take some extra to be sure. These nail files are so slow. I'm seeing like Delrin dust coming off. Flying Delrin dust, that's how fine this file is. So now we can go back to the sweet camera, because now this wheel is not touching this point anymore. And if you remember the behavior, you will see a very big difference. Here we go. Where is it sharp? It's kind of sharp there. So let's try again. Just want to show you that now this thing is not touching. It is touching there, but it's touching way less. So let's test with some marbles. So now when the gate goes to the screw teeth, where it's on now, it slides there immediately. It doesn't get stuck on this. Let's try both channels. So that little issue is when the marbles comes from a top. That never happens in the real machine. It gets wedged sideways because I've used these 3 marble rails, which I should never have used. It works under normal use, but it's an uncertainty factor that I don't like. But what happened now? The spring fell out. Wow. That was kind of crazy. I twisted the spring the wrong way, I think. So that's not really good. But the spring fell out. Let's try to add it from this side. This should not be possible. Okay, let's hope it doesn't do that again. There you have it. It works. It works. I'm super happy. Let's do a quick test in this camera angle as well. I do think these gates are slightly too complicated to assemble. Oh, I don't know. It's just like I said, but it's almost a day to assemble one gate. And I did actually work kind of efficiently. Kind of. Let's try again. Works. Perfect. So, next step, if we look at the schedule, we're going to hear the CYBERGATE now in a minute. But before that, let's just take a look at the schedule. So, we have actually done the kick gate build, and next step is going to be the kick gate install. But I want to first just practice again the new bass line that I've been composing for the CYBERGATE, because it's fun to show you something else in the stream that the machine is actually probably ready to play. So we're going to listen to the CYBERGATE. Is it here? Perfect. Starting the motor controller, and I think I'm gonna put a snare drum sound on the snare drum. So yesterday we installed the trigger, and the idea with the reason I'm showing the cat is to illustrate that I can load my custom made snare drum sounds onto the snare drum and the kick drum and blend the sounds with the acoustic sound with the trigged sound to make different feelings and different songs, but also to just make the kick drum and the snare drum sound really nice. This is the sound of the kick drum right now. So let's go something a little bit more deep. Let's just stay there. So these are all the factory preset sounds. I'm going to make my own sounds. So I found one that I thought looked pretty fun, a snare drum sound. So a sound that you really don't hear that it's this one. You really don't hear almost. Like, I'm not going to use this, but if you didn't know, you would kind of not hear that it has a trigger to it. That kick drum sounds very artificial, of course. So that's not the idea right now. Let me listen to the. I haven't even listened to the kick drums in this thing, because I've mainly been working with cat and dog sounds so far. Let's listen to some kick drums that comes with the package. But I usually don't use factory presets. I try to make my own custom ones. Acoustic kick, small kick, soft kick. That's a little nice. That's pretty nice. That's pretty fun. That works with the snare actually. Rock and roll. Dubstep kick. Let's just go. I also am a little weak for this. It's pretty fun. Let's put that on there. We don't even have the kick drum right now, but let's play one kick drum with the new marble gate. If I can hit it. Yes. You see, there's a lot of potential there. I'm going to do it aesthetically pleasing. We're not going to use factory presets. It's going to be an awesome taking the... As I said yesterday, when you make a music mix, you want a clear bass to kind of build a mix upon. And this will provide that for the Marbles mix. So let's get the camera. Oh, we have Hannes back. Thank you. I need to move the camera, and then we're gonna play some cyber bass. And I chose a little
joined just in time.
midnight kick for you here, Hannes.
Oof. Thank you. I'm ready. Oh. Did I miss anything magical?
No. Well, I did drop a marble on the kick drum, actually.
Oh.
With the gate. The gate works. So the gate is all ready to go.
Ooh.
But we are going to just show some me practicing the cyber bass again.
That's my favorite thing in the world.
And probably with no cat, but you never know.
Some cat.
I haven't pre-programmed the cat, so I need to kind of step through 100 sounds to get to the cat. So when I need to
don't do it.
Sorry?
Then don't do it.
Exactly, so...
Just this time.
But off stream, I'm probably going to make a nice sequence so I can have different kits pre-programmed and the cat is not like far away, you know. I like to always have the cat close. Whew. So let's see, is the machine camera working now?
Let's see. Oh, yes, it is.
Sweetness. So down there,
And it's glorious.
Down here is my little control center. I have the tuner for the bass rigged, and I have the module for the 2 drum trigs rigged. So we have 1 trig on the kick and 1 trig on the snare, and they eventually going to be panned left and right, so we have them on 2 different channels. So let's see if we can get this going. Computer looks like it has crashed. My motor computer, I need to restart that.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a marble then, Hannes.
Yay!
It was pretty fun. Oh, you can show it in that, in that camera. So, I'm trying to aim. Oh, it hit the snare drum as well.
Ooh.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Wow. Yes, thank you. I needed that to have my day completed.
Computer is on. Password Wintergatan. Here we go.
Woohoo! Safety first, people.
Yeah, you can always break into my CNC computer and help me with some nice G-code files. It was sent to me with that password, and I have nothing else on the computer, so I am happy to share. Here we go. Connect to the electric motor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to practice a bass line that I wrote before the 60,000 marbles test. 60,000 marble test. And I haven't gotten it into my muscle memory, or I don't even know really which notes to play. So I've been butchering this bass line a lot. I haven't practiced it today, so I'm gonna practice it. It's not gonna be perfect, but it's fun for you to see the cyber bass in action from day to day.
Yes.
We also made some improvements, so it's fun to take a look how it's going.
Here we go, people. The machine is playing. Let's do some nice jamming.
Is the snare too loud, maybe?
Yeah, turn it down a little bit.
Something is triggering itself. I have to figure this out.
Trigger warning, people.
The snare drum is ducking the bass, so I have to fix that. Because I'm standing in the room, so I'm kind of guessing the mix. I can't really hear the mix. That's a little shame.
I think it sounds better now. Now it sounds good, Martin. Yes.
Some rhythm machine. Really play the kick drum. I don't know what to play. Let's play bass instead. It will come. Next time I'm gonna get it perfect. Wait. Like normally when you play a bass, you hold with the thumb behind, gives you power to press on the strings like this. I don't have that leverage with the thumb behind the neck. I have to, everything comes from this muscle. And as you can see, we have some way to go right here. I need Hannes as a personal trainer. Okay, I'm gonna nail it this one. Here we go.
I know where this is going.
You can never guess.
Yes!
The volume is too low.
Wow, wow, wow.
So fun. It was better this day than earlier, right? It's coming slowly.
Oh yes, that was brilliant. Woo!
Just checking that the marbles are not clogging. Reverting the cyber capos to default position. You know, if we zoom out, maybe if I zoom out on this one, like what is hard to believe is that I have a cat on a tap. It's like every time I want a cat, I can just pull this lever. Okay, bass solo. This is really hard to play without the drums.
That was great.
Oh, this is my favorite, the cat when it moves down. This is my favorite. Please one more, please one more. Ah, okay.
Wow. Great job, Martin. Well done.
Thank you. It's
everybody's cheering in the chat.
Oh, nice. It is super fun that we can just start the motor and play something on the machine. That the machine has never been like in that shape. And as you can hear, the triggers have potential.
Wow.
Okay. So I think that I think we should cut it here and say thank you so much for being with us. With that, we built a whole new escapement gate. It's going to be extremely fun to get this jam session going with also with a kick drum. That's going to feel really amazing to have that on the machine. I think I'm gonna push on a little bit tonight, but I think for the next step, the installation of the gate is a typical thing that I think I might do much faster if I just don't film it, because I'm basically gonna stand like this and put the bracket on and choose where it's going. It's tedious. It usually takes me a couple of hours to decide on the position. So I think of all the tedious tasks, I think we're not going to stream that one, but we will be back as soon as possible. I'm having my second shot of vaccination tomorrow. I was pretty sick after the first one. They say the second one is worse. So maybe I will be MIA from vaccination shot tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, it's been an absolute honor to have you. And as always, Hannes 2000 with you in this stream. Any last famous words, Hannes?
My mind is blown after that epic jam session. Like you said, just turning on the motor and having this awesome bass play. I mean, this is incredible. We have come so far on this machine. It's incredible. I'm just sitting here like the bobblehead I am, just digging to your groovy bass lines. It was awesome.
That's awesome.
So thank you, Martin, for today, and thank everyone out there for joining in. This was a really, really nice day. A lot of great progress. Wow.
It's an honor and a pleasure to have a company of this fantastic audience. I'm going to run this ending screen, and I'm going to actually refit this. That was not smart. So we can also see Hannes 2000.
There we go. Yes.
Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thanks to everyone who is supporting both on YouTube memberships and Patreon and on Wintergatan Discord server. Come join the fun. We are having great plans for the Wintergatan community on the Wintergatan Discord server. The interaction between me and the community is getting better and better. And I want to develop the Tor marble machine together with the community. So we'll need a lot of engineers and stuff over at the Discord server. So welcome everyone over there and take care and have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'm going to practice more on that bass line. And I nailed it one time today. It was the first time I nailed that one. So it's coming. It's coming. That's it for us. Hannes 2000, Martin, Wilson, Marble Machine X, and the Pan Machine is signing out for today. Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.
Take care.